Hello and welcome to Entangled, the podcast where we explore the science of consciousness, the true nature of reality, and what it means to be a spiritual being having a human experience. I'm your host, Jordan Euclid, and this episode serves as part 2 of the outro to episode 55, my interview with John Decker. If you haven't already listened to episodes 55 and 56, I'd recommend you start there. In part 1, episode 56, I started with my personal journey and how I went from admiring and voting for Hillary Clinton to accepting that I was dead wrong about this woman. We first highlight Clinton's collusion with the Democratic National Committee, or DNC, in stonewalling Tulsi Gabbard's political career. Next, we dive into the early Clinton political years. We focus on how Bill and Hillary used their respective positions as governor of Arkansas and partner at Rose Law Firm to facilitate cocaine smuggling and money laundering in the state. From there, we explore the sordid history of the CIA and organized crime, mind control project MKUltra, and the intelligence agency's ties to human trafficking. We highlight the case study of hero and MKUltra survivor Cathy O'Brien and detail the dark junction of America's OSS with the Nazi SS at the end of World War II through Operation Paperclip. We then discuss the Cabal's participation in blood ritual in their worship of the dark entity Baphomet. We also highlight the story of Satanist, psychological warfare expert, intelligence officer, and child torturer Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino. From there, we cover the demonic entity Moloch and the Cabal's depraved resort, Bohemian Grove. We consider the WikiLeaks release of John Podesta's personal emails during the 2016 election. Episode 56, Part 1, ended as we highlight the importance of the Pizzagate scandal that resulted from the email leak, how it has never been debunked, and what it revealed about our political elites. In episode 57, Part 2, we begin with the appearance of satanic performance artist Marina Abramovich in the Podesta emails, her affinity for spirit cooking, and the Cabal's very real practices of cannibalism and adrenochrome harvesting. We then discuss the snuff film or murder porn industry, the existence of deep underground military bases or DUMBs, and the notorious Frazzled.Rip. Frazzledrip is an alleged snuff film found on Anthony Weiner's laptop featuring Hillary Clinton and his ex-wife Huma Abedin. Next, we consider allegations and supporting evidence that the Clinton crime family assassinates political opponents. We examine 6 suspicious deaths, those of Vince Foster, John F. Kennedy Jr., Seth Rich, Jeffrey Epstein, Jean-Luc Brunel, and Mark Middleton. We dive into their money laundering apparatus, the Clinton Foundation, and focus on the destruction of Haiti caused by the Clintons. Our love, prayers, and support are with the people of Haiti as we acknowledge and hold accountable the deep state for the human rights atrocities that have taken place in their country. We end this essay with a re-examination of our election process, highlighting the 2016 and 2020 presidential elections as case studies. From there, we ask, who is the military-industrial complex? The episode concludes with some thoughts on losing your heroes and on finding real ones. Outros available for this and all episodes at entangledpodcast.substack.com. Music from the show available on the Spotify playlist Entangled the Vibes. Please enjoy. Marina Abramovich, spirit cooking, cannibalism, and adrenochrome. Marina Abramovich is an overtly satanic Serbian performance artist. Abramovich is known for her work and friendship with A-list celebrities including Lady Gaga, Jay-Z, and James Franco. Abramovich makes an appearance in the Podesta emails regarding an invitation to her spirit cooking event, a cannibalism-themed dinner party. Marina's email to Tony Podesta on June 28, 2015 reads, Dear Tony, I am so looking forward to the spirit cooking dinner at my place. Do you think you'll be able to let me know if your brother is joining? All my love, Marina. Abramovich, LLC. Tony Podesta then forwarded the email to John Podesta saying, Are you in New York City Thursday, July 9th? Marina wants you to come to dinner. Mary? ? Here's another clip from Out of Shadows exploring Abramovich and these weird spirit cooking dinners.
Then what happened in early 2018? Keith Raniere, who ran the NXIVM child sex trafficking cult, was arrested. Who else was arrested? Allison Mack. She's a famous celebrity who was on Smallville. She was also arrested for being a member of this cult that was involved in trafficking children. And not only trafficking children, they were running preschools down in Mexico. And NXIVM is another example of how these elite pedophile rings exist because this was a massive organization. This was funded by really wealthy people, including the Seagram heiresses, Nancy Salzman and Claire Bronfman. So obviously they were using those preschools to traffic children. And the cult also engaged in human torture experiments on some of their members. And there actually was a civil lawsuit that was filed by 90 of their victims just the other day. So I imagine we are going to hear more about the human experiments, the torturing, the sexual abuse, and the child sex trafficking in this civil lawsuit. And a lot of the techniques that we see in this cult are very similar to the techniques that our government used in the MK Ultra program.
You guys are branding women with Keith's initials, and they were like, well, what's the bad thing exactly about that? Everyone in the outside world, aka the real world, is like, they're branding women? So I left, I went to the executive board, and I said, I want my photos back, I want my videos back, the branding session was filmed, I want all of that back, I want my collateral back. None of that happened.
And it's the same fear, mind control, and you'll be destroyed if you get into the upper elites. And if you get to that point, if you start revealing anything, they have the same system to completely destroy you, destroy your career, blackmail you like Epstein, catch you, film you in compromising positions. And this goes both within Hollywood and celebrities and some of the elite, and it also goes on in Congress and the Senate. And if they even insinuate that they're going to reveal some of these things, they're done.
A lot of people here tonight felt like they lost. You know why? Because y'all been lied to. Google lied to you. Google. Facebook lied to you. Radio lied to you.
The powerful people that be, whether it's the music industry or the movie industry, you are only allowed a certain level of success if you are willing to join their club, if you're willing to be part of their secret society, or if you're compromised. They will not let someone obtain a lot of fame and power if they can't control you.
A classic example, at least for me, is Katy Perry. Katy Perry was a gospel singer, very talented, but she was going nowhere. And she got up to Hollywood, and basically they said, you want to be a success? You play by our rules. You step into the occult, and you start putting that in your videos. And now she's doing videos with her in hell, with satanic themes, and she's what? Highly successful. You see that over with Lady Gaga, who came out and actually said she was so tired of being handled and manipulated, she had to take a break.
That this is this young, outrageous girl, wears strange clothes. She's into extremes. She's experimental. She have 43 million people on the Twitter following her, whatever she do, little monsters. And she came really very humble to my house and asked me if I can teach her. We made this workshop in the woods, and she was such a good student. She never cheated. She really went much farther than I asked her for.
She is a limitless human being. As myself, a self-proclaimed pop performance artist, want to go home and slit my wrists, and I am nothing. I have achieved no sense of art. She is so boundless.
Marina Abramovic, of course, is in the Podesta emails, and she's the one that conducts the spirit cooking dinners. She said that Marina did an exercise with her where she stripped her completely naked and left her in the middle of the woods to fend for herself and find her way back. Those are the kinds of things that people who are behind the MK Ultra programs do to children that they're mind controlling. We know Marina Abramovic is a Satanist. You Google Marina Abramovic's name in spirit cooking, and you will find hundreds of pictures of Marina Abramovic's events where they will have, for example, a cake that looks like a human being, and they'll depict human cannibalism. And they claim they're not engaging in cannibalism. And you will find A-list actors and famous politicians and other very famous and successful, powerful business people at her events. They literally have food that look like human beings on dinner tables.
He's Italian and Greek, I mean, you know.
And a very good cook.
And a very good cook. And I'm sure there's something very nefarious about that risotto recipe. So
after I started researching the cult, I learned that Satanists believe that they have to reveal who they are in some way, shape, or form. So that is why we see a lot of these occult members in Hollywood constantly flaunting symbolism. We see the pyramid, the Illuminati pyramid a lot. We see the evil one eye constantly. It's always on the cover of magazines. We see these are supposed to be the 666 devil symbols. We constantly see those symbols. We also see pedophile symbols, the swirl or the triangle within a triangle.
I guarantee this wasn't his first.
And we also see a lot of these members of the cult go on their social media and they talk about raping children. They talk about worshiping Satan. And people write it off as a joke, but they're not joking.
The reality is that these elites engage in cannibalism and ritualistic sacrifice, whether or not this takes place at Abramovich's spirit cooking events. Once you become aware of the overt Satanism in our media, entertainment, and music, you'll recognize it everywhere. Marina Abramovich is sadly just the tip of the iceberg as it relates to this cabal's infiltration of Hollywood. By the way, Abramovich was just this month asked by the Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky to be an ambassador for Ukraine and to help rebuild schools in the country. Ukraine has always been a hotbed for deep state human trafficking and organ harvesting activities. The situation has become exponentially worse since the war with Russia has wreaked havoc on the country. Abramovich should not be allowed anywhere near children or the Ukraine. Here is Robert David Steele in his opening comments to the International Tribunal for Natural Justice, explaining how these networks operate. Steele, a former CIA officer, served as chief counsel for the ITNJ's Commission on Human Trafficking and Child Sex Abuse.
Let me say first off that this is a court of inquiry. It's not an adversarial court. It's a nonprofit educational event. And with enormous energy and intelligence, all of us have been brought together to try to bring out some of the aspects. So if I may, I have prepared an overview statement based on my work these many past weeks. And I want to just say that as a parent and as a patriot, I'm absolutely outraged by what we're allowing to happen to our children. Humanity is judged on how you treat the weakest member of the society. Let me say that although pedophilia, which says child love, has nothing to do with the abuse of children, these children are not just kidnapped and in some cases bred by families as a cash crop. We have people in the United States of America that breed children in order to sell them. And when they are sold, they come without birth certificates, which means it's easier to kill them and have no one ask where they are. We're also importing children by the plane load. Again, children who have no documentation. It's not just child slavery or child sex abuse. It's also child torture, because you have adrenalized blood. You have the whole blood drinking ceremony of the satanic world. It's also the use of children for harvesting body organs. We'll have the Falun Gong testimony tomorrow. One of the reasons that the Falun Gong are so popular is because they're so healthy, so that you can harvest their body organs and get the very best. And then you have ritual ceremonies and ritual murder, as well as incidental murder. I I have been a spy. I'm out from undercover. I'm under a lifetime secrecy agreement. I absolutely tell you without doubt, I have no secrets that I can remember. If when I go to Iran soon, they can torture me, there's nothing there for them to get. But I know the system. I've been a spy all over the world. I have created the Marine Corps Intelligence Command. I have trained intelligence and law enforcement representatives, over 8,000 of them from across 66 countries. They're all, without exception, good people trapped in a bad system. And one of the most wonderful things that this court could achieve, now that we've had Pizzagate, for example, which opened people's mind, is we could achieve an opening of the public mind and an absolute imperative from the public to governments, including the U.S. government, which I think is the center of gravity in so many ways. I have found in my research and preparation for this court and all of the work that will follow that most organizations that end up being used to prey on children, Oxfam is a recent example, all of the United Nations organizations, the Boy Scouts of America, all of the child services agencies across the United States of America, they did not start out as organizations to prey on children, but they attract pedophiles. And ultimately, pedophiles end up rising in the ranks and controlling those organizations, so that an organization that initially started out in the service of children becomes an organization that is in fact hunting children. And one of our distinguished commissioners has written an absolutely wonderful book called Child Hunters, which I recommend to all of you as a brief on this. Governments are letting us all down. And I absolutely agree with the commissioner who brings forward the need to restore the sovereignty of we the people, because governments have become not only bureaucratized, but they are now the servants of the deep state, of the banks. And if I may, the deep state is not the same as the shadow government. As I say, every organization is 90% good people trapped in a bad system. It's the highest 10% that is generally the rogue killer element. The shadow government is generally politicians. I won't speak to England, but in the United States of America, we have a two-party tyranny, which disenfranchises 70% of the public. And so they run this chimera of an election process. One of the problems with computers is they're too easily manipulated. In the United States of America, elections are decided before the first vote is cast. The electronic voting machines are essentially fraudulent machines, just as computers can record a fraudulent judgment that sticks with you forever, or make a child vanish. And I believe we will serve as a magnet, a hub, a catalyst for a new emerging global consciousness about pedophilia and all of its aspects. There is great cause for alarm. There are two great causes for alarm beyond the actual fact of pedophilia and its existence, which, as His Grace has pointed out, has gone on for centuries. First, the elite appear to be seeking to infect local and provincial law enforcement officers with a taste for pedophilia. There appears to be a very deliberate attempt to push this interest in pedophile movies, including movies that include bestiality. I'm very concerned because we're seeing some snuff movies now, and we're seeing some movies in which military war dogs are raping children, including toddlers. And these movies may have come out of the American occupation of Afghanistan and the boredom of U.S. Army and Marine Corps troops, where in Afghanistan, pedophilia is common. It's a standard practice at the village level. But military war dogs plus common pedophilia and video cameras, which every U.S. soldier and Marine has, is a very, very toxic combination. And I'm seeing direct evidence that that is one of the most horrible things that's come out of Afghanistan in recent years. Now, let me also tell you that we have a second concern, and the witness has really most magnificently outlined asset stripping. The core message from this asset stripping is that the same machine that strips children from families, strips wealth from those who are being preyed upon. Not just whistleblowers, but, as we'll hear on Wednesday, husbands stupid enough to try and hide their money by moving it offshore so that they don't have to share with their wife. What husbands do when they turn over their money to intermediaries who are part of this system is mark themselves as a target. They might as well paint a target on their forehead because they have now become prey for a system that recognizes people who are asking to be made destitute. Now, it's not my working assumption, but the working assumption yet to be proven that the totality of the children disappearing worldwide is toward 8 million people, toward 8 million children. In the United States of America, the acknowledged number, not counting the children being bred without birth certificates, not counting the children being imported without documentation, is between 600 and 800,000 a year. Now imagine Africa and East Asia and all these other locations. I personally believe that the number we want to try to document is rising well beyond the official figures, and we have yet to learn what the actual number is, okay? The other working assumption is how long do these children survive within this system? What I am hearing from the witnesses that I've talked to is 2 years. It may be longer. It may be 4 years, it may be 6 years, but by and large, these children are so abused. I mean, we're talking rapes by the hour and so forth, that they reach their expiration date within 2 years. And then they're murdered with impunity, or they're ritually murdered if that's what they've been bred for. So I think we need to document this. No one else has done this before in a systematic manner. This commission is rendering a signal service by seeking to do an overall view in the public interest. My final comment. The center of gravity for taking down the deep state. Pedophilia is both the induction glue. Pedophilia is how the deep state recruits and controls people. It is also the Achilles heel of the deep state. I believe that once the public realizes that the government is not protecting their children at a scale of vulnerability that we can articulate, then everything else about the government is called into question. All right? So for me, this is a truly righteous endeavor. And I will end by saying that as much good as it might do to get the British angry, for me, the center of gravity for change is the American public. Because if you can get the American public angry, we will stop supporting dictators overseas. We will close all of our military bases overseas. I am on record as a former CIA operations officer saying that our 1,000 bases overseas are not there for national defense. They're there to serve as lily pads for the smuggling of guns, gold, cash, drugs, and small children. So let me say I am proud to be in your company, and I believe that no matter what we do or do not do, it is going to make a difference. God bless you all.
In his opening statement, Steele mentioned the practice of child torture for the harvesting of adrenalized blood. While the idea of adrenochrome harvesting has been dismissed by the mainstream media as QAnon conspiracy theory nonsense, the reality here is also far darker. Here is Cathy O'Brien describing her experience with the deep state and their consumption of adrenochrome.
The Clintons have been involved in the most horrific criminal activity groundwork for the New World Order. And at that time, the first thing they were implementing was NAFTA. The human trafficking that was being done over the border, the drug trafficking being used over the border, it was all sanctioned. And when people like myself who were coming across with all these drugs and were being trafficked, they never could get any information from me because the information was compartmentalized and it was all covered under national security. I would also be introduced into what was the beginning or the foundation of adrenochrome. They would take the blood from tortured individuals, and that's what they would drink, and get kind of addicted to it or something. I don't know. I can't relate to the concept at all. It was so traumatic for me. But for them, it's something that they literally feed off. Not only do they feed off fear and negativity and trauma, but they also feed off the adrenaline of those who are tortured and ultimately murdered. That was the very groundwork on the adrenochrome, but it was actually a structured system already because it was spanning several states. On those adrenochrome operations, another aspect of it that they used was aborted babies. So I was ritually impregnated and aborted numerous times. Some babies I would carry longer, and it was just extremely horrific knowing how aborted babies are used in that horrific manner from my own experience.
Adrenochrome is absolutely a real molecule. While Google search results have been scrubbed and tailored towards content debunking adrenochrome as QAnon conspiracy theory nonsense, we can still relatively easily track down scholarly articles about the molecule. For example, on Substack, I've included excerpts from Abram Hoffer's 1962 paper, The Effect of Adrenochrome and Adrenoleutin on the Behavior of Animals and the Psychology of Man, published in International Review of Neurobiology. Sean Stone further explores the cabal's involvement in drinking adrenochrome in his documentary, Best Kept Secret.
I came across the book, The Franklin Cover-Up by John Buchanan. And it was this horrific affidavit by Paul Bonacci about how he was in Bohemian Grove or a Bohemian Grove type place. And they made a snuff movie of him and another small boy. And this guy came in and raped both of them and then shot the head off this little boy.
Wasn't the allegation that Hunter S. Thompson was involved in filming that snuff film?
That's what was really strange. It said the filmmaker was H.S. Thompson, according to Paul Bonacci.
I like to kill.
And when you say kill, you're talking about what, neighbors? What?
We don't want to talk about shooting people, do we?
No, but you're teasing when you say you like to kill, right?
Yeah. So it begins to make you wonder that he made a statement one time. He said, the best way I could cover corruption is to dive into it. And he said, I wouldn't recommend this, but drugs and alcohol help me. I just started seeing clips of the movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas when he was, some guy told him to take this stuff. It's called adrenochrome.
What is this shit? That stuff makes pure mescaline seem like ginger beer, man. Adrenochrome.
Adrenochrome? The adrenochrome connection certainly would indicate that he was onto something.
Indeed, Thompson appeared to be onto something. Whether or not the renowned gonzo journalist was himself involved in snuff or murder porn will be for a war crimes tribunal to discover. But the reality of this disgusting industry is very much tied to the networks of human trafficking. This last exploration of the darkest elements of human trafficking involves snuff films, the existence of deep underground military bases, or DUMBs, and the snuff film titled Frazzle Drip, or Frazzled.rip, allegedly found on Anthony Weiner's laptop in 2018.
Snuff films, DUMBs, and Frazzle Drip. Snuff films. In early 2019, ethical hacker and cybersecurity expert Ryan Montgomery discovered a vulnerability within a child pornography and snuff website. Montgomery was able to exploit the website to get the website user's information. However, when he attempted to pass along this data to law enforcement officials in the media, which should have been the biggest story of the year, was met with the chirping of crickets.
I did a bunch of podcasts in regards to the predator catching in real life, our 561 PC project. One of those podcasts went viral, then in turn had Project Veritas reach out, and that gave me the platform to be able to give these files to people that I trust, that I know are going to do them justice and and make something happen.
Lurking in the darkest corners of the dark web is a thriving community of child pornography, or CP. According to Wired magazine, as much as 80% of dark web visits relate to pedophilia. But what you may not know, much of this twisted world is in plain sight on the internet and easily accessible to adults and children alike. Ryan Montgomery, a cybersecurity professional, has exposed a vast ring of pedophiles who use the open internet to prey upon children. This is the first in a series of Project Veritas investigations.
So I got a text message from a friend's wife with some screenshots from this website. I found a way to exploit the site. I realized that there was a ton of these horrible people talking about horrible things, some horrible things about 3 little girls, somebody who wants to be impregnated as a 16-year-old, and when they have a kid, they want to do horrible things to their children. I saw that there was pedophiles, self-proclaimed serial killers, rapists, every single type of horrible human being you can imagine, if you consider them human. I went through each post and I started to notice there was even children that were offering to sell their body to these older individuals. They're using some terminology here, a lot of things being brought up about pizza and cooking and this and that and CP. A lot of them are acronyms for child pornography. Cheese pizza would be CP. When they talk about another group, they're talking about another Telegram group. And to join that group, you have to send child pornography to another user, like one of the moderators, I believe it was, and then they would invite you. So it's kind of like proving you're not a police officer. My next steps with this data is to work with Project Veritas one by one, go through all of these email accounts, all these usernames, all these profile photos, and associate them with human beings. My goal with all the data that I received after we investigate is to get these guys arrested and for any of the victims to be coming forward and to be saved from these scumbags.
The reality remains that child porn investigations are not as crystal clear as they are on TV. But Project Veritas remains dedicated to identifying those who are on this website, which exists only to harm children.
You can see in this example here, there's 3,974 Gmail addresses in the database, and there was, maybe it was almost 7,000 with this one site, and then that's not including the other 4 databases that we have. And then this Joseph Fritzl is actually Nathan Larson. He went by 2 different usernames on the site. I didn't know who he was at that time. I never heard his name before. I Googled him and saw that he was a politician, that he ran for Congress multiple times.
Like, I would favor, like, legalizing incest.
And he said it's not enough to rape kids and take their innocence. You also needed to produce the next generation with them. Let them see that you prefer to rape the offspring you have with them than continue having sex with a woman who is no longer a jailbait.
Our Project Veritas team dug deeper into the data provided by Ryan Montgomery. We learned that Nathan Larson's rapey.to website was hosted by Pirate Bay co-founder Fredrik Nage, a Swede. Unrelated to child pornography, Nage was convicted in 2014 in Swedish court of copyright infringement practices and served 10 months in prison. We discovered this August 2020 direct message from Nage to Larson, which Larson shared on his Telegram, apparently boasting how easy it was to set up the pedophile website.
Payment have been received. We'll try to have it up Friday or latest Saturday. Sure, there's holiday pictures of children with comments, but it's not what we would classify as child porn.
So if anybody wanted to join this website and look past the publicly facing side of things, you'd have to answer these questions. I don't think your average person would make it past this page. So when I was trying to find somebody to do something about it, I reached out to 2 local news stations. I reached out to the FBI. My lawyer reached out to the task force. I uploaded a ton of information about Nathan, the website. I told them that I had access to the site. I screenshotted it and I exported it as a PDF the day that I reported it because in case, the feds came knocking on my door, I wanted to be able to prove everything that I did. I even have timestamps in my notes, including this report number. And I never heard anything back. I reached out to Business Insider, Fox, many other news stations. I spoke to a few of them. I didn't get replies from all, but the ones that I did get replies from were not able to run the story. So after I reported all the information to the proper authorities, to the attorneys, to the news agencies, and nothing happened, 6 months after I reported and tried my absolute best, Nathan Larson gets arrested at a layover with a 12-year-old girl that he raped and kidnapped and I couldn't be more pissed off. They could have prevented that by just arresting Nathan when I was proving he was a pedophile. And that's not including the 7,000 other users on the site. The website is gone. It's no longer up and running. Nathan Larson is dead. My advice to anyone who has the ability to gather information like this or is aware of information like this is to come forward with it, to not be scared, because at the end of the day, you're protecting children, and children need our help. They can't do this for themselves, and they can't make decisions for themselves.
To date, Project Veritas has confirmed the identities of nearly 400 individuals whose emails have been found in Ryan's database. We are further verifying these individuals' involvement with these websites and coordinating with law enforcement when necessary.
The child porn and snuff industries are of a scale and growth rate that is hard to comprehend. We have to recognize that these atrocities are happening right here in the United States. And for some reason, the perpetrators of these crimes have been able to proceed with impunity. One place that these disgusting acts are perpetrated and filmed are deep state-controlled DUMBs, deep underground military bases. DUMBs.
First of all, just generally speaking, it is documented and known that no later than the 1960s did the United States Navy have detailed plans to build deep underground facilities, deep underground military bases, DUMBs, in various parts of the United States and globally. And that not just under the ground, but under the ocean floor. We have illustrations, drawings of this at the time by illustrators who were hired by the Navy to do this. Now, whether they did it or not is another question, but certainly they were thinking about this. And by the way, the expense, the money, the technology, all of that was totally doable in the context of 1960s. So it could be done. All you need to do for an underground ocean base is extract oxygen out of the water. And we know how to do that. We've done that since the 50s. Have a source of energy down there and you can play ping pong and under nice fluorescent lighting for days and weeks and months. No problem. Underground bases are not difficult. Underground bases under the mountains, ditto.
The existence of DUMBs has been well documented by whistleblowers and journalists. Their existence is also related to the military's cover-up of the ET UFO phenomenon. And if you would like to dive into the connection between the UFO phenomenon and the human trafficking industry, please refer to Sean Ryan's interview of Michael Herrera on the Sean Ryan Show. One DUMB where snuff films are allegedly produced is sadistically called Uncle Sam's Snuff Factory and is located in Central Texas. Here is survivor Katie Groves discussing her experiences in this hell on earth.
Hello, my name is Katie Groves, and I am a survivor of the child snuff industry. This video is about my experience growing up in a child snuff ring known as Uncle Sam's Snuff Factory. This ring was located in Central Texas, and I will speak about it in the past tense only because I do not have current knowledge of its existence. But that does not mean I have any reason to believe that it has been shut down. Based on my hazy recollections, hazy because of the torture, the dissociation, the drugging, etc., the MK Ultra programming, I cannot give you an exact location, but I know that it was somewhere in Central Texas. My home was in Austin, and I recall the drives being about 45 minutes to get to this place. I recall it being in farmland, the entrance at least, but most of the ring being underground. Many people have a hard time believing that child snuff exists, that even snuff exists, then let alone that high-ranking government officials and military agencies orchestrate it. To believe that there are deep underground military bases that commit mass genocide against children, film it, and sell it on the black market for quote-unquote gore whores, snuff fiends, slop sluts, snuff kings. To watch it is unfathomable to most people. Unfortunately, that is reality, and that is a reality I know too well. I spent the first 17 years of my life being taken to that place on a near daily basis, sometimes held for longer periods of time, in which I was incarcerated, did not know if I would ever see daylight again. I've witnessed thousands of murders, largely of children of color, who were systematically targeted for their race by the white supremacist government, which runs the United States. They called it Uncle Sam's Snuff Factory as a private joke, as if it was a mom and pop shop, a local business. Uncle Sam was supposed to be a friendly figure, a figure in American propaganda, you're supposed to look at like a father, like a friend. The Snuff Factory, also known as the Genocide Factory, is the very literal definition of hell on earth. It is not unique. There are other places like it all over the world. I have been trafficked there as well. But what I can say is there is no place like Uncle Sam's. It is one of those places where a person can get literally anything they want for the right price if they have the connections to be there. I have seen wealthy, aristocratic white women ordering children of color on menus to be delivered dead, cooked on platters in a wing of the place they called Cannibal's Kitchen. And the reason I'm alive and the reason I survived is because I was born into an organized crime family involved with the CIA who ran this operation. And I had the genetics, the family background to be a candidate for perpetration, for continuing the cycle of violence, from being one of the quote-unquote leaders or members of the group involved. So I was kept alive for experimentation, for slavery, for use. I have fought my way out, and if you want to learn about that, you can watch any of the videos on my channel. It'll be informative. But I still suffer every day deeply with the post-traumatic stress. I have polyfragmented dissociative identity disorder as a result. It actually goes beyond the polyfragmentation. I have something called exponential fragmentation, which I have spoken of in some videos I'll put in the description below, so that you can understand the level of trauma that this type of abuse can create. I weep for my brothers and sisters in this place, the ones who are undoubtedly still alive and suffering there. I weep for the dead, but death is a merciful option in a place like that. No, that does not mean that I am not grateful for my survival, but grateful is a hard word to use in the circumstance. How does one feel gratitude when they have witnessed such carnage? Because we're not just talking about death, we're talking about the worst possible ways to die. Children being boiled alive in shit and piss that predators paid to donate into iron tubes. We're talking about children cut apart, fed to other children for people's sexual gratification. And most don't want to look at it, and I do not blame you. I do not blame the survivors of this abuse who stay dissociated, who remain used and enslaved because they cannot look either, because they cannot come to terms with their experiences. And I do not blame the general public who will not look. But this is reality. And all I ask of those who watch this is that you remember that while it may be excruciatingly painful for you to look at this reality, to think about this being possible, there are children. I ask you to remember and acknowledge that there are children who are surviving it every day. There are children enduring this, dying in this, and surviving this who have to carry that pain all alone. And if they can do that, maybe you can muster the strength, if you have it, to look, to think about it just enough to get involved in some way to stop the madness. And no, I do not expect you to find this place, to find these underground trafficking rings, bust down the doors, and rescue these kids. I doubt if that will ever happen before World War III comes or some epidemic and wipes us all out, while the people who perpetrate this remain alive in their underground worlds, and so on and so forth. Don't even want to go into the whole NWO thing right now. No, I don't expect that from you. I don't expect you to stop this in that way. But there are people fighting human trafficking. There are people who need voices. And at the very least, I encourage you to extend your support in some way to those who have survived, even if you cannot help those who are lost. I don't know how to help those who are lost. But there are people like me, and no, I'm not asking for myself, but for everyone. There are people like me who have survived these things who need help. They need therapists, we need doctors, we need lawyers, we need support, we need friends. We need new family because most of us have lost ours. And if you can be that for somebody, you can help the collective damage created by these rings. And hopefully one day that collective spirit will be strong enough to take this stuff out at its source, to go down into the trenches and actually rescue the majority of the children in child trafficking who never make it out. Thank you.
Here are former intelligence operatives Kevin Shipp, Robert David Steele, and Ted Gunderson touching on the structure of these networks and their leadership.
I think it's huge, and I have been advised by a particular person that the CIA, and they're aware that these things are going on. And there's a couple of reasons for that. One, they don't consider it probably part of their mission. And two, that some of the people that are involved in this, the Department of Justice, in my view, under Loretta Lynch, actually suppressed some of these cases, stopped the NYPD from coming out from Anthony Weiner's life insurance file on his computer, which revealed some disgusting, sounds like alleged pedophilia stuff. Loretta Lynch and the Department of Justice shut the NYPD down. They were going to come out public. So there's been some Department of Justice activity in suppressing some of these things. It is absolutely clear to me that this does involve elected officials in Washington, to include congressmen and senators.
There are over 500,000 missing children in the United States. On Halloween, Virginia has 5 times the average of missing children than across the nation. Washington, D.C. is ground zero for pedophilia among the elite.
By the way, this conspiracy involves pornography, drugs, corruption, involves pedophilia, involves organized child kidnapping rings, the finders out of Washington, D.C., CIA cover, covert operation, involved in the international trafficking of children.
In that clip, Shipp mentions how Loretta Lynch, Attorney General under Obama, prevented the prosecution of Anthony Weiner's laptop for its disgusting contents. His laptop was seized in late 2016 due to Weiner's sexting of a minor. Based on its contents, the FBI under Director James Comey reopened the Clinton WikiLeaks email investigation 11 days before the 2016 election. Allegedly, the computer contained an insurance policy video sinisterly titled Frazzled.rip. Frazzled.rip has been widely reported to be a snuff film of Weiner's ex-wife Huma Abedin and her boss Hillary Clinton ritualistically torturing and murdering 2 little girls. Frazzledrip. Here is Twitter user Dr. Keck's thread detailing the alleged timeline of the scandal. Quote, the long-awaited, highly sought-for Frazzledrip files. It all started here. Anthony Weiner, Democrat / former U.S. Representative of New York / husband of Huma Abedin / chatroom enthusiast. From Wikipedia's page on Weiner, a member of the Democratic Party, he consistently carried the district with at least 60% of the vote. Weiner resigned from Congress in June 2011 after it was revealed he sent sexually suggestive photos to himself to different women. Back to Dr. Keck. Anthony Weiner on May 27, 2011 used his public Twitter account at Anthony Weiner to send a hot link to an innocent young woman who happened to be following her on Twitter. The lady slowly clicked on the link. Boom, there it was, Weiner's Weiner. Pale, disgusting, very greasy. The innocent woman was very disturbed. Flabbergasted. The man that she had once thought was a successful politician was now a complete pervert. She needed to tell someone. There was no way she would let him get away with this. Weiner would then announce his resignation from Congress on June 21st. 2 years later, on July 23, 2013, just when Anthony Weiner's first scandal died down, a second sexting incident was on the horizon. Weiner was, at this time, running for New York City mayor and trying to get his life back on track. Weiner's goals were high, but couldn't shake his perverted ways. This time, Weiner, who went by the undistinguishable alias Carlos Danger, sent an explicit photo to Sydney Leathers. Sydney, who was 22, once supported Weiner's politics. She made the mistake of contacting him to express her disapproval of his extramarital behaviors. 3 years later, on August 28, 2016, the New York Post reported that disgraced former official Anthony Weiner had been involved in yet another sexting scandal. This time, Weiner sent a picture while he was laying on his bed with his baby son. He would soon after split with his wife, Huma Abedin. To quote Huma, after long and painful consideration and work on my marriage, I have made the decision to separate from my husband. Anthony and I remain devoted to doing what is best for our son, who is the light of our life. During this difficult time, I ask for our privacy. In September of 2016, claims were published that Weiner had engaged in sexting with a 15-year-old girl from North Carolina. Devices owned by Weiner were seized as part of an investigation into this incident. This report prompted a criminal investigation, and Weiner's laptop was seized. Headlines from the New York Post include Battle of the Bulge, Weiner exposed, Stroking gun, hard copy. Then Weiner's arrested. Criminal investigation, laptop seized. Emails that were pertinent to the Hillary Clinton email controversy were discovered on Weiner's laptop, which prompted FBI Director James Comey to reopen that investigation 11 days before the 2016 U.S. presidential election. The laptop was said to contain a file named Insurance Policy. A file by the name of frazzled.rip would be found. It would get out that many officers that witnessed the video's shocking content, Frazzledrip, became sick, vomited, and suffered hysteria. It would also get out that many officers that witnessed Frazzledrip suddenly died from suicide. Per Dr. Keck, those officers were Stephen Silks, Joseph Calabrese, Michael J. Caddy, Kevin Priest, Terrence McAvoy, Johnny Rios, and Robert Echeverria. The video of Frazzledrip is said to be a video of Democratic presidential candidate Hillary Clinton and aide Huma Abedin, who both are sexually assaulting and murdering a young girl. They also cut off and wear the girl's face. Coincidentally, on March 27, 2011, Hillary Clinton had sent an email to Huma Abedin which read, Huma, please bring the hammer and the toy I like to use to comment tonight. Also, if you have time, swing by the office and grab my inhaler. Nothing gets my heart going like sacrifice night. HC. Here's federal prosecutor Sidney Powell discussing Anthony Weiner's laptop contents.
On top of that, there's the Anthony Weiner laptop, which I don't know if you heard this. I wrote an article about that too. 675,000 Clinton emails when they got Anthony Weiner's laptop in a search warrant because of all his sex perversion issues. it was all the Clinton emails, the Clinton Foundation, her Secretary of State emails, Huma Abedin's emails. Lots of people emailed Huma as a proxy for Hillary, and it included what Comey called the golden emails because they were the BlackBerry backup emails that they were supposedly just looking for everywhere very diligently. Well, guess what they did when they found them on the Wiener laptop? They got a search warrant for things that didn't include the BlackBerry backup emails. So when they told us, when he stood there and said that day, oh, you know, we've reviewed all the emails now, there's nothing there, that was a bald-faced lie. They specifically did not look at the BlackBerry backups, and they didn't look at a fraction of the emails on Anthony Weiner's laptop. So one of the things, if I were the president, I'd do is demand the Anthony Weiner laptop and get it to the most trusted person in the military to take apart everything on it and then start using it. There's a lot that can be prosecuted, I have no doubt, on that laptop. In fact, I heard that the New York police officers who saw some of it, even though they're hardened investigators, literally had to go throw up.
Powell was subsequently indicted by Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis for her role on President Trump's legal team that challenged the results of the 2020 election. Coincidence or yet another example of the deep state weaponizing the Department of Justice. Law enforcement officials who have allegedly seen the Frazzle Drip video report the following. Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin perform an incantation and then start torturing one of the young girls in the video. One girl is chained to a small tree, a 10-year-old girl. The other girl is chained to a bed. Huma and Hillary start cutting up the girl chained to the tree, and in the process cut her face off. A doctor is also present who surgically removes the face of the girl on the bed. Hillary wears the cut-off face, dancing and giggling around the girl. They both cover themselves in the girl's blood. She screams, "Why are you doing this to me?" And finally, she is begging for them, "Please just kill me." They cut her with a Z across the stomach, pulled out her intestines, and wear them around their neck. They then used a surgical tool like a forceps and jam it up into the girl's nose, into her brain, and they kill the girl. They then pull her pineal gland out through her nose. Hillary, who pulled the pineal out, eats half of it. She offers the other half of the walnut, as they call it, to Huma, who eats her half. Then the blood is soaking out of the girl's nose, and they are catching it and drinking it. Clinton and Abedin then cut the girl's jugular vein, and she bleeds out while they proceed to get high. They capture the rest of the blood, and the girl dies out as she bleeds out. I hated writing that out, and I hate that these types of atrocities are happening all around the world. Whatever the truth about Frazzle Drip, we have to recognize that this cabal of criminals is engaged in human trafficking and satanic ritualistic abuse, and that its members include the highest levels of society's power structure. Here is a clip from my interview with Paul Hutchinson earlier this year. Paul began working with Operation Underground Railroad, an organization fighting human trafficking, 9 years ago. He has since completed 70 undercover missions across 15 countries, rescuing children. Paul is involved in the rescue of over 100 children in Colombia, a mission portrayed in Sound of Freedom, where Paul's character Pablo was played by Eduardo Verástegui. Would love to learn a little bit more just about the industry of human trafficking. So I guess first off, when was that first mission that you did?
That was almost 9 years ago, 8.5 years ago was that first one.
So, because I guess my question is, before you got involved with that organization, like, had you known how big of a problem human trafficking was?
Nowhere. I had no idea. Honestly, I hadn't even had a conversation, not one conversation about it. But what I realized there is that this is the fastest growing criminal enterprise in the world. And it's now the second most profitable. It surpassed the illegal arms trade, and now it's going to pass the drug trade. And it's because you can sell a bag of cocaine once. You can sell a child 20 plus times a day for the next 10 to 20 years. And that's the challenge. And there are more today. I'm not talking about just children being abused at home. That's a massive problem that we'll talk about later. But sold human beings, there's more today than all 300 years of the transatlantic slave trade put together. All of those. Now, granted, we have a larger population on Earth today, but one child being sold is unacceptable. 8 million is beyond comprehension. And there are tens of millions, over 40 plus million people in human trafficking today. Sold human beings. And we sit back and think that slavery disappeared at the time of Abraham Lincoln. No, it went dark, it went underground, and it's as prevalent today as ever.
And it's horrifying to learn it, but I think that's why there's been concerted efforts to keep the true nature of the problem as well under wraps as it has been. But on the flip side, I think that once people start waking up to it, that also means it can be such a big catalyst for good, for recognizing, guys, we can't sit on our thumbs. We have to do something. Like this is unacceptable.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what happened to me. Once I realized how big of a problem it was, once I saw the fear in those children's eyes, I thought this cannot be unseen. In my world, now that I know that it exists, I will do everything in my power to stop.
So you mentioned 8 million currently is the estimate globally. Is that right?
Yeah.
So obviously the transportation and movement of children across international lines requires a very sophisticated organization, right? This is not a couple guys, loading bags out of a truck or something. How do you think an organization this sophisticated has been able to proliferate as long as it has?
On the honest answer?
Yes, please.
Because the people who are involved as consumers have way more power than you and I could ever imagine. From a political standpoint, from a business standpoint, the decision to leave borders open should not be a political decision. This is a saving trafficked children decision. It should have never been a right or a left issue in any way, shape, or form. The amount of human trafficking and the ease of that being able to come across any border that is not secured is astronomical. And it's not just what's going on at the border. Understand that if you make it super easy to illegally take somebody from one country to another one, now you've taken away a lot of their options. I can't tell you how many times we've rescued children in countries where they weren't from that country. I'd say that almost half of the children of the last 4 or 5 missions that we've done, actually it's closer to 80% of the last 4 missions that I led. 80% of them, those children were not from that country. They were brought in from Venezuela, they were brought in from Honduras, they were brought in from Mexico. They were coming in from another country. And because once you take that child out, then you take away their ability to move around, they don't have a passport, they don't have a visa, etc. Now they're in a whole new level of fear and a whole new level of control. And it happens all the time.
Do you think that there are factions of the intelligence agencies involved in this?
I have really good friends in 3-letter agencies that are good men of integrity. But to say no would be an outright lie. I know there's people in government, in all governments, that are tied to trafficking. And I'm not going to publicly point any fingers anywhere, but I will say that there's challenges all the way as high as you can imagine on the power scale that are involved.
And that's really that exact truth, I think, is part of what makes it's so difficult for a lot of people to accept the reality of what's going on with this human trafficking, with this issue.
I will say that it gets significantly worse when there's natural disasters or unnatural disasters, even things like the war in Ukraine right now. We've got operators from other foundations that we have helped to fund that are actively on the ground right now that are helping the huge spike in human trafficking, especially in child trafficking there.
Do you believe that there's a relationship between human trafficking and satanic ritualistic abuse?
Oh, yeah, for sure. There's a lot. There's a lot. There's a very dark subject there, but it's something that that is starting to pop up mainstream. You see, big fashion companies that are using the plight of damaged children to try to promote their brands, and it's super sad that stuff is that they're so bold and blatant in bringing it right out in front of some of the things that they're doing. But the answer is without a doubt. And again, that's not something that I want to go through on detail publicly. But yes, we have seen it, and we have helped in taking down some of those things.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Paul. I appreciate you touching on that. Obviously not a subject people are often open to talking about, but I think it is something that, is an important part of the story. And for folks who aren't familiar with that, Balenciaga campaign, please do some research. It's really disturbing.
Yeah. Things like pornography. Most people think that pornography is a victimless crime. I'm the privacy in my own office. It's not going to hurt anybody. Every single one. I mean, not just because you look at pornography, it doesn't mean you're going to become a pedophile, but every single one of these guys that have been arrested started with a hardcore addiction to pornography. And they needed something, just like any drug, they needed something harder to have that same fix. And for some of them, a little bit harder was a little bit younger. Pretty soon they're fantasizing about something they wouldn't even thought was attractive 5 years ago. And then they're acting out on these horrific fantasies. So again, if you're taking a woman from a divine feminine to an object, you start going down a dark road.
During Cathy O'Brien's 20-plus years in MK Ultra enslavement as a sex slave, she had access to the highest levels of the criminals involved in human trafficking and satanic ritualistic abuse, problems which have only gotten worse since her rescue in 1988. Here are the list of criminals she posted on her website as perpetrators and their deep state roots. Vote this historical midterm election 2018 with free thought awareness. Step back from controlled media, contrived polls, and political rhetoric. Arm yourself with truth based on works, not words. Just as you cannot judge a spook by its cover, you cannot judge swamp creatures by their political affiliation cover. The following comprehensive list of perpetrators are detailed along with many other high-profile names in both the transformation of America and access denied for reasons of national security. Intelligence insider Mark Phillips and I devoted our lives to blowing the whistle on their crimes against humanity when our 1995 testimony for U.S. Congress was censored for so-called reasons of national security. The censorship of truth was invoked by the same named perpetrators whose deep state roots have a stranglehold on our justice system and media today. Perpetrators and their deep state roots. George Bush Sr., Republican. Pedophile, MK Ultra mind control, human trafficking. Power behind the scene planting roots for deep state shadow government while exerting more power than presidents ever since Kennedy assassination, until Hillary lost control this past election of 2016. Dick Cheney, Republican. Power behind scene furthering roots for deep state shadow government with friend Bush Sr., including human trafficking, drugs, and arms. Proponent of torture as base for MK Ultra mind control programming of individuals and proponent of trauma for massed mind control of nation. Bill Clinton, Democrat. Close friend of Bush Sr. sharing same deep state shadow government agenda. Head of notorious CIA cocaine ops, heroin opium ops with Bush, human trafficking. Hillary Clinton, Democrat. Partner in crime to Bill, along with mentors Byrd and Albright, with deep state roots undermining U.S. justice for perpetration of MK Ultra mind control, human trafficking, media control, and destruction of U.S. Constitution. U.S. Senator Robert C. Byrd, Democrat. U.S. Senate appropriations funding deep state agenda including global ed, Common Core, media control, pedophilia, MK Ultra mind control, human trafficking. Madeleine Albright, Democrat. Former Secretary of State, head of OAS, perpetrating deep state agenda through black budget CIA cocaine, heroin, arms ops, MK Ultra mind control, human trafficking. Prince Bandar bin Sultan, Saudi ambassador to U.S. involved with deep state perpetuating black budget drugs, arms, human trafficking centered in Arizona. Haitian President Baby Doc Duvalier, black budget CIA cocaine, heroin, arms, human trafficking ops associated with Clintons, Bush, Cheney, more. Bush Jr., Republican. Manchurian candidate creation of Bush Sr., who ran his administration along with Cheney and Rumsfeld. Donald Rumsfeld, Republican. Deep state mass mind control agenda. MK Ultra proponent, defense secretary in Ford and Bush Jr. admins. See above. Gerald Ford, Republican. Took presidency when Nixon resigned. MK Ultra mind controller, pedophile, human trafficker, deep state roots. Jack Valenti, press secretary under Ford, head of Motion Picture Association of America, deep state roots of media control. George Romney, Republican. Governor of Michigan, deep state roots through MK Ultra mind control, brought mind control into school system, expanded MK Ultra and Mormonism, deep state roots, proponent of global Manchurian candidates. Mitt Romney, Republican. George Romney's son. See above and follow the puppet strings. Pierre Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada, pedophile, strong proponent of MK Ultra mind control of individuals and nations, father of Justin Trudeau, current Prime Minister of Canada. Patrick Leahy, Democrat, appropriations, judiciary, pedophile. MK Ultra mind control, focused manipulation of U.S. justice system to perpetuate deep state agenda. Bill Bennett, former drug czar and education secretary, Democrat and Republican. Deep state agenda of mind control of the masses through education system, Jesuit MK Ultra mind controller. Bob Bennett, Clinton attorney cover-up extraordinaire, MK Ultra mind control proponent along with his brother, Bill Bennett. Lamar Alexander, former education secretary, Republican. Proponent of satanic trauma-based MK Ultra mind control with deep state agenda of mind control of the masses through education system along with Bill Bennett. J. Bennett Thompson, Democrat. Senator, Louisiana, MK Ultra mind controller. Tim Romer, Democrat, Manchurian candidate son-in-law of J. Bennett Johnston. Dick Thornburgh, Republican, former U.S. Attorney General, MK Ultra mind controller, deep state roots throughout justice system to perpetuate pedophilia, human trafficking, mind control, drug ops, cover-up expert. Lieutenant Colonel Michael Aquino, War College Psychological Warfare Division, founder of occult Temple of Set, pedophile, MK Ultra mind control, human trafficking. Bill Casey, Republican. Former CIA director, MK Ultra mind control, human trafficking, drugs for arms ops. Larry Flint, pornographer supplying MK Ultra mind control slaves for human trafficking to Bill Casey, Madeleine Albright, Clintons, etc. Arlen Specter, Democrat, Republican, Democrat. Pennsylvania Senator, MK Ultra mind control, human trafficking, CIA drug ops, deep state roots throughout justice system along with cohort Dick Thornburgh. FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett, cover-up expert for Clintons, including murder of White House Deputy Counsel Vince Foster, murder of White House intern Mary Caitlin Mahoney, murder of Chandra Levy, at least 13 other high-profile murders. Research for yourself. Covered up MK Ultra mind control abuses of Cathy O'Brien and daughter Kelly, ABC expert consultant. These human trafficking networks have only gotten worse since Cathy's rescue, and it has to end now. To Cathy, if you ever listen to this episode, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. You're an inspiration to whistleblowers, to survivors, to truth tellers, and to human beings everywhere. The world may never know the debt of gratitude it owes you, but for the ones for whom it mattered most, they always will. Assassinations, Clinton Foundation, and Haiti. As you can probably tell by this point, many lifetimes could be spent exploring the corruption of the Clinton crime family. 3 last topics to touch on before wrapping up what has possibly been a very disillusioning episode. Assassinations, the Clinton Foundation, and Haiti. Then I'll close with some thoughts on our elections and our relationship to heroes. Clinton connections who die or commit suicide under suspicious circumstances are so prevalent that the family's association with suspected assassinations has become a nationwide joke. Of course, the mainstream media and social media platforms are quick to dismiss these anomalies as debunked conspiracy theory nonsense. But for those who've actually done the research, the Clintons and their suspected involvement in assassinations or wet works is no laughing matter. Assassinations.
Here are 6 suspicious deaths to highlight, which help tie together the history of the Clinton family's criminality presented throughout this essay. First, Vince Foster died July 20th, 1993 of alleged suicide. The following history of Vince Foster's suspicious death comes from the Clinton Chronicles.
Fisk's initial assignment was to quell rumors regarding the alleged suicide of Vince Foster. Foster was a senior partner with Hillary Clinton and Webb Hubbell at the Rose Law Firm prior to his appointment as White House Deputy Counsel.
In fact, he was handling the Clintons' personal legal matters while he was in the position of assistant to the president, in violation of a conflict of interest at that time.
From the outset, the investigation into the death of Vince Foster has been marred by controversy. At Bill Clinton and Attorney General Janet Reno's insistence, responsibility for the investigation was turned over to the Park Police, even though Foster's death fell within the jurisdiction of the FBI. Not until his death had sufficiently developed into a full-fledged scandal 7 months later would the FBI be allowed in. The results of the FBI's investigation, along with the findings of the Park Police and coroner, were incorporated into a report issued by Special Counsel Robert Fisk. The report, released June 30th, 1994, confirmed suicide as the cause of death. However, a careful examination of key pieces of evidence taken directly from the report itself indicate a number of alarming contradictions inconsistent with the report's own conclusion that Foster took his life. The official coroner's report depicts a large gaping 1-inch exit wound located 3 inches below the crown of Foster's head. According to Fisk, the area surrounding the body at the park was meticulously searched to a depth of 18 inches, but no brain tissue or skull fragments were found. An FBI analysis found none of Foster's fingerprints on the gun, despite the fact the gun was found in Foster's hand. However, the FBI did make one extraordinary discovery. One latent fingerprint was visible on the underside of the right pistol grip, approximately 2 inches from the base of the grip. This print did not belong to Foster. No attempt was made to determine the identity of the person whose print was found on the gun's hand grip. Gunpowder was found on Foster's clothing, which did not match the gun found in his hand. Fisk speculated that gunpowder of a different type was accidentally blown onto Foster's clothing by an exhaust fan in the Park Police laboratory. However, once again, Fisk was not able to support this theory with any evidence. One of the most crucial pieces of crime scene evidence, the fatal bullet, has yet to be found. A thorough FBI search of the area, which even uncovered artifacts dating back to the Civil War, yielded over 70 pieces of metal, including 12 modern-day bullets. Yet, none of them matched the gun found in Foster's hand. Against standard police procedure, not one resident living nearby was ever contacted during the investigation to find out if a gunshot was heard. Even though Fisk insists that Foster killed himself, leading forensic experts from around the country now agree it is highly unlikely he pulled the trigger himself. Within minutes of the verification of Foster's identity, the Park Police issued orders to seal Foster's office at the White House. David Watkins, Clinton's administrative assistant, assured the police he would take care of it. He lied. Immediately, high-ranking members of Bill and Hillary's staff began ransacking Foster's office, removing important and possibly incriminating documents. The people entering the office included Bernard Nussbaum, counsel to the president, Patsy Thomason, White House administration director, and former assistant to cocaine distributor Dan Lassiter, and Margaret Williams, Hillary Clinton's chief of staff.
Patsy Thomason was the top aide for Dan Lassiter when he was running his company and doing all the dope. You can only say that she was there taking care of Dan Lassiter's interest in the White House.
Here's Whitney Webb reporting on the Foster case 30 years later.
The Vince Foster Connection. The White House renovations, made possible by the donations of Epstein, Goldsmith, Clifford, and others, were the subject of a November 1993 article in the New York Times. which stated that the redecorated White House reflected the personal energy of the Clintons, especially in their bold use of color. It also noted that the effort to redecorate the White House was particularly controversial at the time due to its connection to the suicide note allegedly found on the lifeless body of Clinton aide Vince Foster's earlier that year. As previously mentioned in Chapter 9, Foster was under government surveillance at the time of his death and was reportedly distraught over recent developments tied to the promise scandal/Inslaw affair. However, the death itself officially ruled a suicide, and its immediate aftermath have long raised suspicions for several reasons. On July 20th, 1993, between Epstein's first White House meeting and the September donor dinner, Vince Foster's lifeless body was found in Fort Marcy Park. He had last been seen at the White House, yet no exit logs or video footage show him leaving the premises. At the park, those who witnessed the scene were surprised by the lack of blood, as Foster was alleged to have shot himself in the mouth with a revolver, an act that normally results in a messy, bloody death. In contrast, the amount of blood found at the scene was considered to be minor. The report produced by Whitewater Special Counsel Robert Fisk asserted that those present observed a large pool of blood where Foster's head had been, but other parts of Fisk's own report contradict this claim, and observers of the scene of death, including medical examiner Dr. Donald Hote, denied ever seeing a pool of blood. Hote, who was the only doctor to examine Foster's body at the park, was not interviewed for the Fisk report. Hote's own report was reportedly improperly and illegally altered, with one page alleging the gunshot had been mouth-head, while another alleges it was in fact mouth-neck. In addition, the presence of a bullet wound in the neck had been attested to by Richard Arthur, a firefighter/paramedic who was at the scene where Foster's body had been found. Other oddities include the fact that the murder weapon was unknown to Foster's wife and family, as he had owned a silver gun, not the black gun observed in photographs of the scene. Furthermore, the bullet that killed Foster was never found. In addition, the FBI appears to have intervened in the investigation by telling eyewitnesses not to report that they had seen cars of other people beside Foster present at the scene. In addition, the FBI was accused of altering the statements of several eyewitnesses. The autopsy of Foster's body was also controversial. For instance, Dr. James Beyer, who performed the autopsy, unexpectedly moved the time of the autopsy so it took place a day earlier than planned, meaning that he performed much of the autopsy without observers who had been at the crime scene, as is custom. When those police observers had finally arrived, Beyer had conveniently already removed Foster's entire tongue and upper palate, obfuscating evidence of the alleged mouth-neck, as opposed to mouth-head, injury that had been observed in the field by Dr. Hote. Beyer had also spoken to park police about the results of X-rays of Foster's body, but then subsequently claimed those X-rays never existed. Aside from the death, there is the matter of the unauthorized search of Foster's office that began between the time the body was found in the park at around 6 p.m. and when Craig Livingston, the director of the White House's Office of Personnel Security, identified Foster's body at around 10 p.m. It was reported by Deseret News that about an hour after White House aides learned of Foster's death at 9 p.m. that night, White House counsel Bernard Nussbaum, Maggie Williams, Hillary Rodham Clinton's chief of staff, and Patsy Thomason, an aide to the White House chief of administration, entered Foster's office. A Secret Service agent had seen Williams carrying a stack of files from the area of his office around this time. Nussbaum later confirmed that he had been in Foster's office that evening for a brief 10-minute search. He disputed interfering with the investigations, claiming that he was merely seeking to balance the interests of Foster's privileged communications with the president with the legitimate needs of the police. Nussbaum had made an agreement with the Justice Department that resulted in the official search of Foster's office taking place 2 days after his death on July 22nd. This unauthorized search may have been related to a blizzard of phone calls to and from the First Lady and her closest friends and aides soon after Foster's death. According to the Washington Post, Congress has heard flatly conflicting sworn accounts of what happened during those days from the First Lady and her friends and aides. A parade of witnesses have described searches of Foster's office, while angry police and Justice Department officials investigating his death were kept at bay. Missing files and documents have been suddenly discovered and released. Perhaps one of the oddest phenomena surrounding Vince Foster's death was his supposed suicide note, or resignation letter, which the White House later said had been found in Foster's briefcase. For reasons still unknown, the White House waited to report the note's existence until about 30 hours after it had allegedly been discovered. Adding to the confusion is the fact that police had observed Foster's briefcase as having been empty when his office was searched in the immediate aftermath of his death. There was also an unusual amount of secrecy around the note as well, as photographing the note was forbidden and it was exempt from Freedom of Information Act requests. However, a copy was subsequently obtained by James Davidson, editor of a financial newsletter. Davidson arranged for 3 handwriting experts to examine the note, and all 3 judged it to be a forgery. Subsequently released documents found that Hillary Clinton had been the main person behind the 30-hour delay in releasing late White House counsel Vincent Foster's suicide note to authorities. Hillary Clinton's personal involvement is notable, as she is directly mentioned in the alleged suicide note. The note states in particular that the usher's office plotted to have excessive costs incurred, taking advantage of Cathy Hockersmith and HRC, Hillary Rodham Clinton. The New York Times wrote shortly after the note's discovery that this part of the note referred to Hillary Rodham Clinton's redecoration plans for the White House, and cryptically charged that the usher's office, which oversees renovations, was using those plans against Clinton and her decorator, Cathy Hockersmith. A subsequent summary of the note's contents, published by the New York Times that November, stated that, in this portion of the note, Mr. Foster alluded to cost overruns and schemes associated with the redecorating, which he did not describe but feared would embarrass the President and Mrs. Clinton. Given that the suicide note was highly suspicious and most likely a forgery, this would mean that the note, and its assertions about the renovation endeavor, had been placed there with the intention not only of being discovered, but of seeding a particular narrative about the money flows related to the White House renovation. The inclusion of this line seems meant to publicly absolve Cathy Hockersmith and Hillary Clinton from wrongdoing, while also casting shade on the usher's office, potentially stopping anyone at that office from advancing accusations against the First Lady or her associates as it related to financial impropriety that may have been associated with the redecoration effort. If the note was indeed a forgery intended to publicly absolve Hillary Clinton and Cathy Hockersmith from a potential role in financial schemes related to the renovation, it would suggest that the opposite narrative, i.e. that Hillary Clinton and the renovation were involved in suspect financial schemes, was closer to the truth. Fostergate. In 1995, journalist James R. Norman, then working as Forbes' ace investigative reporter and a senior editor at the magazine, wrote a cover story for Forbes entitled Oil, Guns, Greed, which centered on Chase Manhattan Bank and allegations relating to bank fraud, oil trading, and bombs. The connections he uncovered there led him to develop another and arguably much more groundbreaking investigation, which bore the title Fostergate. On April 17, 1995, Norman sent a letter to Michael D. McCurry, White House press secretary, the contents of which were later leaked onto the early internet. In that letter, Norman had informed McCurry that Forbes was preparing an article for immediate publication and was seeking comment on several allegations contained in the reporting, of which there were 10 in total. A few of them deal with Foster's role with the Jackson-Stevens-owned company Systematics, previously discussed in Chapter 9. Those allegations, as Norman wrote them, were as follows. 1. That Vincent W. Foster, while White House Deputy Counsel, maintained a Swiss bank account. 2. That funds were paid into that account by a foreign government, specifically the State of Israel. 3. That shortly before his death, and coincident with the onset of severe and acute depression, Vincent Foster learned he was under investigation by the CIA for espionage. 4. That this information was made available to him by Hillary Rodham Clinton. 5. That while he was White House Deputy Counsel and for many years prior, Vincent Foster had been a behind-the-scenes control person on behalf of the National Security Agency for Systematics, a bank data processing company integrally involved in a highly secret intelligence effort to monitor World Bank transactions. 6. That Systematics was also involved in laundering, funds from covert operations including drug and arms sales related to activities in and around Mena, Arkansas. 7. That through Systematics' relationship with E-Systems, Vincent Foster may have had access to highly sensitive code, encryption, and data security information of strategic importance. 8. That both prior to and after his death, documents relating to Systematics were removed from Vincent Foster's office in the White House. 9. That the meeting at the Cardozo, Lando estate on the eastern shore of Maryland on the weekend before Vincent Foster's death was attended by, among others, George Stephanopoulos. 10. That Hillary Rodham Clinton was also a beneficiary of funds from Foster's Swiss account. The White House responded on April 20th and stated that the allegations were all outrageous and baseless. Forbes killed Norman's story, which was due to be published in May, with the magazine's editor James Michaels claiming that the story would not be published because many of the story's sources were not credible. Norman's story relied on several anonymous sources in intelligence, including the CIA, and, as can be surmised from the allegations above, centered around charges that Foster had been under Central Intelligence Agency surveillance for selling U.S. secrets to Israel and secreting the proceeds in a Swiss bank account. It also alleged that Hillary Clinton had been involved in the selling of those secrets alongside Foster. Norman eventually published Fostergate in a small magazine called Media Bypass. After publication there, he wrote to Forbes editor James Michaels, imploring him to reconsider publishing the article in Forbes, where Norman was still employed. The letter informed Michaels that Norman had obtained significant additional corroboration of his reporting. This included credit card and airline frequent flyer records that VWF, Vince W. Foster, was making periodic one-day trips to Switzerland, and that a staffer on Jim Leach's House Banking Committee has confirmed, on tape, that VWF had a Swiss bank account. Norman continued defending his reporting to Michaels by noting that Foster's former executive assistant, Deborah Gorham, has testified under oath in a private deposition that Foster had her put 2-inch-thick NSA binders in Bernie Nussbaum's safe. This establishes beyond a doubt that Foster had access to sensitive NSA documents. Norman noted that his sources stated that one of the binders contained presidential authentication codes required to authorize the use of nuclear weapons or other significant military action. Foster did not have the security clearance necessary to obtain that information, Norman notes, meaning he must have gotten them from someone in or close to the Oval Office. Norman identified this someone as Hillary Rodham Clinton. In his letter to Michaels, he states the following: "Pouring gasoline on this fire is the revelation over the past weekend that Lisa Foster, Vincent's wife, received a mysterious $286,000 plus payment, which came through Foster's sister, Sheila Anthony, an assistant attorney general at the time, just 4 days before Foster's death. This clearly smacks of a hush money payment. And apparently Foster wouldn't take the bait, despite being forced into a tight financial bind from the loss of his Swiss funds and probably from picking up the tab on all sorts of incidental Clinton campaign expenses. Faced with the likelihood he would be the fall guy for Hillary's sale of high-level nuclear code secrets to the Israelis through Foster, he apparently threatened to dump the whole mess in Bill Clinton's lap at a one-on-one meeting set for Wednesday morning, July 21st, 1993. But Foster never lived that long. Norman, writing later that year in Media Bypass, noted that Hillary Clinton had not only been a probable beneficiary of the funds in Foster's Swiss bank account, but was also under suspicion for espionage at the same time Foster was under counterintelligence surveillance. He also noted that, although Systematics attempted to prevent the publication of Fostergate in Media Bypass, the company, Altel, formerly Systematics, has not even bothered to demand a retraction of anything published in the Fostergate story. Indeed, I have been told by at least 4 sources that senior officials of the company are now hiring criminal legal defense attorneys, and that Altel itself is quietly up for sale. The WSJ has offered to help pick up Media Bypass's legal tab if they are sued, which is unlikely. Michael's response to the letter was to offer Norman 2 choices: take indefinite unpaid leave or accept a severance package. Norman resigned from Forbes in response, and his Fostergate investigation was subsequently largely forgotten. Norman revealed, both in his letter to Michaels and elsewhere, that major political power players, including Caspar Weinberger, had played a critical role in killing his Fostergate story. In addition, Norman's sources had notably given him an encrypted code, KPFBMMBODB, for an unknown Swiss account, as a means of corroborating their information. Norman then gave this code to a government employee, likely working for intelligence as their name is redacted, who either gave it to one of his colleagues or personally decrypted the number and hacked his way into the account at Union Bank of Switzerland in Bern. They removed $2.3 million and then left a note with the decrypted account number in the account holder's mailbox in Maine. Norman notes that it was subsequently revealed to him that the bank account had belonged to Weinberger himself. He wrote that the source of this account number was the trunk of arms/drug smuggler Barry Seal's car. A copy of documents from a suitcase in that trunk is attached. The clear implication is that Caspar Weinberger, while Secretary of Defense, was taking kickbacks on drug and arms sales. Barry Seal's activities in Mena, Arkansas, and beyond were previously discussed in Chapter 8. In addition, Mellon Bank, which was also a key part of Norman's investigation, had donated to the ill-fated presidential campaign of Forbes' controlling stockholder and editor-in-chief, Malcolm Forbes. When Norman had sent a letter to bank executives in connection with his Fostergate investigation, Malcolm Forbes reportedly received numerous calls, urging him to kill Norman's story.
The scandal surrounding Foster's death caused many in the public to start questioning, could the Clintons be capable of murdering for political gain? For those who have been paying attention, the suspicious fatalities continued to pile up. Number 2, John F. Kennedy Jr. died in a plane crash on July 16, 1999. Hillary spent 1976 until 1992, when Bill was first elected president, at the Rose Law Firm in Arkansas. From 1979 to 1981 and between 1983 to 1992, Hillary was also First Lady of Arkansas during Bill's governorships.
But Bill and Hillary would have been meticulous about avoiding any conflicts of interest between Rose Law and the state of Arkansas, right? Hillary then served as First Lady of the United States from 1993 through early 2001. Her political career started just as Bill's was ending, when in 2000 Hillary was elected as Democratic Senator from New York. However, she was not always the frontrunner for that seat.
Remember John F. Kennedy Jr.? He was declared the frontrunner for the New York Senate seat back in 1999. Days later, his plane crashed into the Atlantic Ocean, and his rival, Hillary Clinton, was elected senator.
For those who may think it preposterous that the Clinton family or one of their co-conspirators could manufacture a plane crash to eliminate a political rival, consider their deep ties to intelligence and organized crime. Then remember how both Jaime Roldos, democratically elected president of Ecuador, and Omar Torrijos, democratically elected president of Panama, were killed in plane crashes widely suspected to be CIA assassinations carried out on behalf of corporate interests. There seems to be a recurring theme in the history of American politics where a Kennedy family member's death is followed by the political success of his deep state rival. For example, following President JFK's assassination, Lyndon B. Johnson became president. After Bobby Kennedy's assassination, Richard Nixon won the presidency. JFK Jr.'s plane explodes, and Hillary Clinton becomes senator. Notice a pattern? On that note, a quick message to Joe Biden. President Biden, you spineless sack of shit, give Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Secret Service protection now. Number 3, Seth Rich. Died of murder on July 10th, 2016. In July 2016, WikiLeaks released 20,000 emails from the Democratic National Committee from between January 2015 to May 2016. These leaked emails indicated a coordinated effort between Hillary Clinton and the DNC to rig the 2016 primary in Clinton's favor over Bernie Sanders. Note that this was a separate WikiLeaks email release from the Podesta Pizzagate emails that leaked a few months later. Who leaked the stolen DNC emails to WikiLeaks was, unsurprisingly, a matter of grave interest to Hillary Clinton's inner circle. The most likely candidate, Seth Rich. Rich, a Democratic staffer, was murdered at age 27 in the middle of Washington, D.C. Rich was shot twice in the back as part of an alleged attempted robbery in which the perpetrators were never apprehended. Here's David Seaman discussing the circumstances surrounding Rich's death.
Everybody knows, and our last guest came and said, that Seth Rich was killed. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's readily apparent that somebody murdered Seth Rich. And as millions of other people on the internet have pointed out, the fact that he was killed and yet the contents of his wallet, his money was not taken, that's one of the allegations. That doesn't seem like a mugging. If he was shot in the middle of the night and they don't even go for his wallet, then why was this man just gunned down? You know, Washington, D.C. is not a city where if you're walking around in a safe part of town, you're just going to get mowed down by bullets. That doesn't happen, right? He was targeted. Now, why was he targeted? Well, the theory is that he's the one who threw all those emails on a thumb drive and then sent it to WikiLeaks and Julian Assange. And I believe that theory is worth exploring. Do I know for a fact that it was Seth Rich? I don't think anybody can say that they know for a fact.
Well, Julian Assange could. Right? Yeah, he could, for sure.
So, but yeah, I think Seth Rich definitely needs a second look because that man was murdered, and he seems to be the most likely person who would have given those emails over because it wasn't a Russian hacker, whatever Guccifer is. It wasn't some lone guy. It wasn't some lone genius. Wasn't Russia. It may have been Seth Rich, or it may have been, good people in the American intelligence community who had just had enough, just enough of being pawns to the Clintons and the Podestas and old Soros, and just decided, fuck this, and they just shoved it right in, a couple weeks before the election. That's possible too.
Whoever it was that leaked the DNC emails, we thank you for your bravery in exposing the corruption going on behind the smoke and mirrors of the establishment. Number 4, Jeffrey Epstein. Died of alleged suicide on August 10th, 2019. The man who needs no introduction. The world's most notorious gun-running, drug smuggling, money laundering, human trafficking, blackmailing, pedophilic, ritualistically abusive, corrupt intelligence asset. Card-carrying member of the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission. Jeffrey Epstein.
Welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. On Saturday morning, August 10th, 2019, Attorney General William Barr was working in his home office when his chief of staff called to say that Jeffrey Epstein had just been found dead in his cell in New York City. Barr was shocked and upset to hear this. His first reaction, as he recounts in his memoir, was to worry that some people in America might not buy the idea that Jeffrey Epstein had killed himself. Quote, "No one's going to believe it was a suicide," Barr fretted to his chief of staff. "There will be conspiracy theories all over the place." Now, that's a pretty odd response if you think about it. At the time, there was no way that Bill Barr could have known for sure how Jeffrey Epstein died. So you would think, as the Attorney General, his first concern would be finding out what actually happened. But instead, his first concern was worried that the public might jump to unapproved conclusions about what happened. And in some ways, Bill Barr was right to worry. Many Americans did not believe that Jeffrey Epstein had killed himself. Given the strange circumstances of his death, stranger even than most people understood at the time, it was going to take a sustained public relations campaign to convince Americans that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. But Bill Barr was willing to make the effort. 2 days later, he flew to New Orleans, gave a speech, and said this.
I was appalled, and indeed the whole department was, and frankly, angry to learn of the MCC's failure to adequately secure this prisoner. We are now learning of serious irregularities at this facility that are deeply concerning and demand a thorough investigation. The FBI and the Office of Inspector General are doing just that. We will get to the bottom of what happened, and there will be accountability.
So the country is skeptical and concerned. Bill Barr is skeptical and concerned. We will get to the bottom of what happened, and there will be accountability, he promised that day. But that turned out to be untrue. 3.5 years after Jeffrey Epstein died, no one has gotten to the bottom of what happened that day, and there has been no accountability for it. The only people ever punished for the grotesque malfeasance surrounding Epstein's death were 2 low-level guards who fell asleep on duty that night. Both pleaded guilty to falsifying government records. But last year, with no real explanation, an Obama-appointed judge dropped all charges against both of them. One of the guards may still work for the federal government. As for getting to the bottom of what happened, despite many promises from many various officials, neither the FBI nor the Justice Department's Office of Inspector General has ever issued a report explaining how Jeffrey Epstein died. Not a word. So once again, 3.5 years after one of the most widely covered deaths of our time, there are still no answers and there is still no accountability. Why is that? Well, many reasons, probably, but one of them is that Washington veteran Bill Barr, the only man in the modern era to serve as Attorney General twice, declared the Epstein case closed. Now, at first blush, Barr seems to have good reason for doing that. By the end of 2019, Barr writes in his memoir, "I was confident that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide by hanging himself." Now, why did Bill Barr believe that? Well, the first piece of evidence he offers up is this, quote, "The New York City medical examiner had conducted an autopsy and ruled that Epstein killed himself by hanging." That's the first piece of evidence. The second is this. It's a videotape that, quote, "confirmed the medical examiner's findings." I personally reviewed that video footage, Barr writes. It shows conclusively that between the time Epstein was locked in his cell at 7:49 p.m. on the night of August 9th and the time he was discovered the next morning at 6:30, no one entered his tier, end quote. Therefore, Bill Barr explained, we can know for sure that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. In his book, Barr ends this section on Epstein with a self-congratulatory note. The management changes I made at the time to the federal prison system were good ones, and I think the agency is slowly on its way back. In other words, everything is fine now. Let's move on. This was enough for most journalists in Washington. Virtually every subsequent news story about Jeffrey Epstein's death denounced skeptics of the official story as crazy, who, for whatever reason, were engaged in, quote, baseless conspiracy theories. What's amazing, in retrospect, is that none of these reporters, veterans at the Washington Post, the Associated Press, NBC News, the New York Times, many others, none of them ever thought to revisit Bill Barr's assessment of Epstein's death and measure it against the basic tenets of common sense. If you did that, you saw that what Bill Barr said about Jeffrey Epstein was transparently absurd and very obviously dishonest. Barr began by claiming that the medical examiner who conducted Epstein's autopsy ruled his death a suicide. But that is not true. The initial cause of death following the autopsy was not suicide, but, quote, pending, which is to say unclear. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy could not say how Jeffrey Epstein died. Forensic pathologist Michael Bodden, who was also present that day, came away believing Epstein had been murdered. After reviewing more than 1,000 suicides by hanging in New York State, Bodden later said he couldn't find a single neck injury, not one, that matched the injury that Epstein sustained. Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself, Bodden concluded. He was strangled. The physical evidence he saw at the autopsy made that obvious. But New York City's chief medical examiner, Barbara Sampson, who was not present at the autopsy, overruled the judgment of those who were. Days later, on the basis of no new evidence or investigation, Barbara Sampson simply declared Jeffrey Epstein's death a suicide. That was the city's official but totally unsupported conclusion, which Bill Barr and many others promptly repeated. Why did Chief Medical Examiner Barbara Sampson do that? We don't know. We called Sampson today to ask her, but she hung up on us. Then there's the question of the videotape, which Barr cited. Both cameras trained on the door of Jeffrey Epstein's cell did not work that night, famously. And to this day, no one has explained why they didn't work. So the video footage that Bill Barr said he watched didn't cover Epstein's cell, just the entrance to the larger cell block. No one came in or out of the tier, Barr said. Therefore, Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. So let's consider that claim rationally. On the night of August 9th, Jeffrey Epstein was being held in the special housing unit of the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan, the most secure part of the city's federal lockup. It would be physically impossible for a stranger to get in and out of this facility without an electronic pass and without being seen by the countless cameras in place between the street and the locked 9th floor of the building. So if Jeffrey Epstein was murdered, he was not murdered by an intruder, someone who came into the tier. He was murdered by someone on his own cell block, obviously. There were 7 other cells on Epstein's tier, and each one housed dangerous criminals. So if you were looking for a killer, you would figure out who was in those cells. But no one seems to have thought of that or done it. The Bureau of Prisons refused to provide us with a list of the inmates on Epstein's tier. It's not clear how many of them were even interviewed by investigators, despite the fact that some of them were transferred out of the facility shortly after Epstein's death. That's a baffling oversight. Instead, Attorney General Bill Barr simply assured the country that no one from outside came into Jeffrey Epstein's tier and declared the case solved. And if you think about it, that is a remarkable way to assess a potential crime scene, especially when you consider the source. Bill Barr was not a civilian or a crime novel aficionado. He was the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. He was the nation's top cop. His job was to solve crimes. And yet somehow, with all his law enforcement experience, it never seemed to dawn on Bill Barr that if there was a killer, the killer would have come from one of the cells on Epstein's tier. And then further, apparently, no one in the entire FBI suggested this to Bill Barr as they reviewed the case. Excuse me, Mr. Attorney General, it doesn't matter what the camera outside the tier shows. What matters is what happened inside the tier. Again, obvious. And yet, apparently, no one at DOJ ever said that to Bill Barr, and no one in the media noticed. It's all very strange, and the story gets much stranger once you start pressing a little bit. We've pressed pretty hard for the last few days on this question, not because we have any special affection for Jeffrey Epstein. We've pressed because you don't want to live in a country where it's possible to murder people in federal lockup, cover up the killings, and then get away with them. That's scary. That should not be allowed in this or any other civilized place. But in the case of Jeffrey Epstein, it appears that it was allowed. And on one level, you can see why it was. This is one of those crimes that has no natural constituency pushing to solve it. The only people who liked Jeffrey Epstein were his friends, and some of them are clearly happy he's dead. Here's Bill Gates, whom records show spent quite a bit of time with Jeffrey Epstein after he became a registered sex offender.
What did you do when you found out about his background?
Well, I've said I regretted having those dinners, and there's absolutely nothing new on that.
Is there a lesson for you, for anyone else looking at this?
Well, he's dead, so, in general, you always have to be careful.
Well, he's dead, along with his many secrets about me and the rest of our friends. Boo-hoo, we're so sorry, so sorry. You can imagine that Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew and many, many others feel the same way. No one wants to talk about what happened to Jeffrey Epstein because privately a lot of people are happy about what happened to Jeffrey Epstein. This week, we've called virtually every person involved in the story surrounding Jeffrey Epstein's death. And with very few exceptions, none of them would speak to us. Some of them hung up immediately. Others declined all comment. One of them, the DOJ case officer supposedly assigned to investigate Epstein's death, refused even to acknowledge that he worked for the federal government. I'm not going to confirm or deny that, said Mr. Lyson Daniel when we reached him on his cell phone. Why is that, we asked him. I'm not going to confirm or deny that, he repeated. For his part, former Attorney General Bill Barr also turned down our offer to come on tonight. He did not explain why. One person we did speak to at length is Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark, his only living relative. The two were never in business together, but Mark Epstein wound up more financially successful even than his famous sibling. So he's not looking for money from the estate. He is interested in finding out what happened to his brother. On the basis of those conversations with Mark Epstein, as well as with a criminal defense attorney called David Schoen, who also knew Jeffrey Epstein well and met with him in his cell shortly before he died, here is a list of questions that any honest investigator would want the answers to. First, why do so many public officials persist in claiming that Jeffrey Epstein attempted suicide in prison once before, on July 23, 2019? Now, that's a very convenient claim if you're trying to convince people that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. But there's no evidence that it's true. In fact, Jeffrey Epstein himself adamantly denied ever trying to kill himself, in prison or out. He denied this to his friends, to his lawyers, and to prison psychologists. He said instead that he was injured by another inmate. That's why he was in fetal position on the ground. According to David Schoen, who talked to him shortly after that event, Epstein seemed upbeat, happy, and confident of his release from jail. But he was very concerned about being hurt by someone in a nearby cell. And speaking of nearby cells, were the cells on Epstein's tier locked for the entire night, the night he was killed? We've heard from a source that they were not locked, that inmates were able to move from one cell to another, including into Jeffrey Epstein's cell. Can the Bureau of Prisons give us clarity on this? Can they prove otherwise? And by the way, who moved Jeffrey Epstein's body and who gave the order to do that? Epstein was discovered the morning of August 10th by a part-time prison guard called Michael Thomas, who amazingly was the very same guard who discovered him in fetal position on the floor after his previous falsely reported suicide attempt. But by the time the EMTs arrived, Epstein's body had been moved to the prison infirmary. That's a clear violation of federal policy. Who ordered that? And though Jeffrey Epstein had been dead for at least 2 hours when the guard found him in his cell, by the time the EMTs arrived, Epstein was clad in a hospital gown. That means that somebody, for some reason, cut away Jeffrey Epstein's prison uniform and redressed his stiffening corpse in new clothes. Why would anyone do that? And then to make it even stranger, Jeffrey Epstein's corpse was intubated. Air was blown into his lifeless lungs. It's not clear why. Now, there was handheld video of all of this happening. That might explain it, but that video has never been released. In fact, authorities will not even acknowledge that it exists, but it does exist. Nor has the EMT's account of what they saw that day, their mandatory so-called pre-hospital care report, ever been released. Nor, most strikingly of all, are there photographs of Jeffrey Epstein dead in his cell. And that means it's impossible to know the position of his body when it was found or how he died. Was Jeffrey Epstein hanging from a bed sheet, as the authorities insist? They say he was strangled by a ligature of his own making. His neck was bloody, but the strip of sheet was not. Or was he killed with the electrical cord from his CPAP machine for sleep apnea? That's what Dr. Bodden concluded, because that would be consistent with his actual injuries at autopsy. These are very basic questions. These are not conspiracy theories. They're obvious questions. They are the essential questions, in fact, in any legitimate investigation. But apparently nobody has even tried to answer them. We dutifully called the Department of Justice today to ask them to explain some of this. They refused on the grounds that there's, quote, an active investigation in progress. But that is a lie. There is no investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's death. For moving on 4 years now, there has never been an investigation into Jeffrey Epstein's death, the death of an American citizen. Now, we can only speculate as to why that is, but all the explanations are bad and ominous. Maybe someone in the new Republican Congress should look into all of this, not because Jeffrey Epstein was an American hero, but because for once it would be nice to see the federal government forced to tell the truth about something.
In this clip,
Carlson highlighted how William Barr is the only person to serve as Attorney General twice in the modern era. The first time was under President George H.W. Bush from 1991 to 1993, and the second was under President Donald Trump from 2019 to 2020, during which time Epstein's death occurred. It's important to note that the cabal has always prioritized compromising/infiltrating the position of Attorney General. This powerful position enables them to abuse the criminal justice system for their self-serving purposes, including by censoring information of their crimes under the guise of reasons of national security. Here is Cathy O'Brien describing her perspective on Barr and the circumstances that led to his first Attorney General position under Bush.
Dis Barr, by me, Cathy O'Brien. William Barr was Assistant Attorney General under one of the most corrupt U.S. Attorney Generals in history, Dick Thornburgh. This suggests he either is the epitome that justice is blind, or Barr was complicit in Thornburgh's criminal activities. Access denied for reasons of national security, released in 2004, provides deep insight, complete with validating footnotes, into scandal encompassing Thornburgh's and Barr's extensive corruption due to how it interfaced with Kelly's and my case. Seeds of corruption I saw being planted in the Washington, D.C. swamp had come to fruition by the time Kelly was illegally incarcerated in so-called Child Protective Services in early 1990s. Senator Byrd's FBI CatchNet operation for human trafficking survivors had a firm grip on Kelly's case, which was further tightened by Thornburgh, who had personal reasons for trying to silence her. Thornburgh was already in the midst of numerous scandals, including public exposure of cocaine found in the Attorney General's desk drawer. He deflected the cocaine issue over to Barr, while he focused on diverting attention from the Inslaw Promise software scandal. Reporter Danny Casolaro had implicated Thornburgh in his expose on vast government corruption referred to as the octopus. Thornburgh was in the center of it all, with tentacles extending through the Inslaw Promise software scandal, Iran-Contra, CIA cocaine ops, MK-Ultra mind control, election rigging, and shadow government deep state New World Order crimes of treason. Since Thornburgh was among my most torturous MK-Ultra mind control abusers, and my years of exposure to him had been validated by U.S. Customs, Danny Casolaro was aware of Kelly's and my case. He called Mark to inform him our case was about to come to light through exposure of the octopus. Mark's in my hopes that finally Kelly might be freed of the corrupted Child Protective Services system rose even higher when Thornburgh announced his resignation under guise of running for Senate. Our hopes were short-lived, however. Danny was suicided August 10, 1991. Within hours of Danny's death, President Bush accepted Thornburgh's resignation as Attorney General, leaving William Barr to fill his vacancy. Thornburgh and Barr packed up and removed 258 boxes of documents and films in what was termed Papergate, before Barr appointed special counsel to investigate the Inslaw scandal, which dragged on until courts ruled against Inslaw in 1998 due to lack of evidence. Danny Casolaro's death sent shockwaves through reporters intent on exposing government corruption, and was a giant step forward for media censorship. September 19, 1991, Mark and I were subpoenaed to testify in federal court against ridiculous charges that Mark had threatened the life of the president. These charges had originated while Thornburgh was U.S. Attorney General. We were advised to plead the fifth, because obviously there was no evidence and we were being set up for perjury in classic DOJ fashion. Minutes before the trial, I was called upstairs of the federal building into State Attorney General Joe Brown's office for interrogation by FBI agents Brad Garrett and Phil Tooney. FBI Special Agent Brad Garrett, who previously testified against my trafficked daughter April 19, 1991, was notoriously corrupt. He became ABC's News FBI consultant and covered such crimes as the Clinton White House murder of Vince Foster, intern Mary Catron Mahoney, Chandra Levy, and more. Check him out for yourself. Following is a direct quote from Access Denied for Reasons of National Security, page 165, where I am meeting with Tooney and Garrett. Garrett's not-so-veiled threat to alert William Barr did not stop me from pleading the Fifth and securing Mark's freedom. I'm already awake and alert, thank you. I declined the coffee. Well, good, Garrett answered. Then you'll absorb what I'm about to tell you. It is important that you know the facts. You need to know that Mark is going to be locked up for the rest of his life if you plead the Fifth. Pleading the Fifth is an admission of guilt, Tooney nodded. I don't know how you're going to live with putting him away forever in a federal penitentiary, Garrett said, his veiled threat strengthening my resolve to stay silent. Thornburg's out of office now. His friend, William Barr, is carrying out his work while he plays. We'll let him know that you had Mark locked up. He'll tell Bird, Tooney said to Garrett as though he were protesting. As I was reading Access Denied for Reasons of National Security aloud for audiobook publication, I was reminded how often Barr had come up in our journey through the criminal justice system. Access Denied should be read by every American concerned with the erosion of justice in our nation, the horrors continuing to emanate from so-called Child Protective Services, increasing alarm at the FBI's infamous interrogation tactics, and the Department of Justice two-tiered system of corruption. William Barr has been in position of power over law for decades. Isn't it time we, the people, check his deeds rather than listen to his words? This is our time, America, to unite and take a stand against criminal perpetrators in order to take back our country and restore constitutional values of freedom and justice for all.
As we consider O'Brien's perspective, I'd like to again highlight a section of Whitney Webb's book, One Nation Under Blackmail, which was shared earlier in this essay during the discussion on Arkansas cocaine smuggling and money laundering. Attempts to investigate Clinton's role in these sorts of operations, and more broadly in the Iran-Contra affair, were scuttled by Clinton's confidants who consistently denied he played a role in the scandal. According to the Wall Street Journal, former IRS investigator William Duncan teamed up with Arkansas State Police investigator Russell Welch in what became a decade-long battle to bring the matter to light. Yet of the 9 separate state and federal probes into the affair, all were shut down. Duncan would later say of the investigations, they were interfered with and covered up, and the justice system was subverted. A 1992 memo from Duncan to high-ranking members of the Attorney General's staff notes that Duncan was instructed to remove all files concerning the MENA investigation from the Attorney General's office. The Attorney General serving under George H.W. Bush at that time was William Barr. Barr had been a former CIA officer before then joining the agency-linked law firm of Shaw, Pittman, Potts, and Trowbridge. Reed alleged that one of the CIA's point men in the Arkansas operation was a man who claimed to be the general counsel for Southern Air Transport and went by the name Robert Johnson. Johnson seemed to give Governor Clinton his marching orders and was particularly incensed when Bill's wayward brother, Roger Clinton, was busted in 1985 for peddling cocaine. As previously mentioned, Roger's penchant for cocaine was one he shared directly with Lassiter, who testified that the two had frequently indulged in the drug together. Johnson reportedly told Clinton that he was former CIA Director Mr. Bill Casey's fair-haired boy, and that Arkansas had been the CIA's greatest asset. Johnson went on to deliver to Clinton the following message. Mr. Casey wanted me to pass on to you that unless you fuck up and do something stupid, you're number 1 on the short list for a shot at the job that you've always wanted. You and guys like you are the fathers of the new government. We are the new covenant. According to Terry Reed, who witnessed these happenings, he would later learn that Robert Johnson was none other than William Barr. End quote. Now, if I were to put on my conspiracy theorist hat, here are some questions I would ask. Is it possible that William Barr and the Clintons have been operating as corrupt assets of intelligence and organized crime for decades? Were they directly involved in orchestrating Epstein's assassination? Was this done to prevent public exposure of the Clinton, Rothschild et al.'s ties to Epstein's human trafficking networks and their shared interests in drug smuggling, gun running, and money laundering? Was Epstein taken out to cover the treasonous sale of state secrets to foreign governments, including Israel and China, during the Clinton administration? Did William Barr abuse his position as Attorney General under President Trump to cover up the Epstein suicide scandal? When a journalist in 2022 finally had the stones to confront Bill about his deep ties to Epstein, here was Clinton's response.
Any comments on the alleged allegation of your connection with Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes, Bill. The evidence sure is clear. In summary, Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. Number 5, Jean-Luc Brunel. Died of alleged suicide on February 19th, 2022. 3 years after Epstein's alleged suicide, one of his largest partners in human trafficking, Jean-Luc Brunel, also allegedly killed himself in a French prison cell. Here's Whitney Webb on the story.
Chapter 18. Predators. Modeling Scouts. The exact date that Jeffrey Epstein began sexually abusing women and underage girls is unclear. Court documents place the beginning somewhere in the mid-1980s, specifically around 1985, the year he met Wexner and around the time he was alleged to have become affiliated with Robert Maxwell and Israeli intelligence. One accuser, referred to as Jane Doe No. 2 in court documents, accused Epstein of sexually assaulting, abusing, and battering her beginning in 1985, when she was 23. Another accuser in that same lawsuit, Jane Doe No. 1, said she was 14 years old when Epstein began abusing her in 1990. Thus, by the time he began publicly associating himself with Ghislaine Maxwell after her father's death in 1991, and allegedly took on Robert Maxwell's mantle, Epstein had allegedly already engaged in horrific acts of sex abuse against young women, including underage girls. Though the details of the abuse suffered by his earliest victims are scarce, much of Epstein's early sex crimes appear to be linked to his connections to the modeling industry. It is unknown exactly when his connections to the industry were made, but he had dated, during the 1980s, then Ford model Eva Anderson Dubin, a former Miss Sweden who, as mentioned in Chapter 16, accompanied Epstein to the White House on at least one occasion. Yet, one man in particular, Jean-Luc Brunel, was key to Epstein's activities as it relates to the modeling industry. Brunel first became prominent in that industry in his native France in the 1980s through his work as a model scout for the Karen Models Agency in Paris, which he reportedly co-founded. There, he claimed to have launched the careers of some of the most successful models of the era. Former models at the time have alleged that Paris's Le Ban nightclub was where young women who've starved themselves parade for Jean-Luc Brunel. Many of these young women would then attend lively parties at Brunel's apartment near Karen headquarters. According to The Guardian, his apartment also housed a succession of younger models, many in their teens, who arrived from the U.S. and elsewhere in Europe in search of success. They found they were expected to share bedrooms and to keep Brunel and his male friends company. Those who declined reportedly weren't given modeling work. By December 1988, Brunel was featured in a 60 Minutes exposé. The report detailed that Brunel, among other predatory modeling scouts, had invited underage girls, many around the age of 15 or 16 years old, to Paris with promises of a glamorous European modeling career. Some of the girls interviewed for the report accused Brunel of sexual assault after he had drugged them. Another girl, who was 19 years old at the time, said Brunel sabotaged her career when she rejected his advances. Despite the controversy, a year later, Brunel teamed up with Faith Cates to form Next Models, which soon became one of the most respected agencies in the industry. Cates claimed to have met Epstein through a mutual friend in the 1980s, but claims to have lost touch with him in the early 1990s before becoming reacquainted with him around 2009 or so. Reporting from the Daily Beast contradicts many of Cates's claims, as Epstein was seen meeting with her in the late 1990s and was regularly seen at Next's offices during their supposed hiatus. From Next's founding and through much of the 1990s, Brunel and his brother Arnaud owned about 25% of the agency. Arnaud was also employed by Next as a consultant, where he was paid a base salary of $30,000 a year, in addition to 3% of the company's annual revenue. Cates, in a 1996 lawsuit, alleged that Brunel and his brother Arnaud basically had control of the Florida Next office. Cates had sued the Brunels, accusing them of attempting to set up a rival agency while running Next's Florida branch. After the split, Brunel opened New York and Miami branches of Karen Models. Brunel had taken over Karen Models in 1995, 1 year before the lawsuit, and expanded it into the U.S. with modeling agent Joey Hunter. It was during this period that he reportedly first met and became associated with Jeffrey Epstein. They were allegedly introduced by Ghislaine Maxwell. Maxwell had met Brunel in the 1980s, reportedly in connection with work she was doing for her father, Robert Maxwell. Notably, Maxwell had considerable ties to France, including French citizenship, as her mother, Betty Maxwell, was French. During this same period, in 1995, Jérôme Bonneouvrier, a French modeling impresario, told author Michael Gross that Jean-Luc is considered a danger, presumably to young women and aspiring models. Sometime between 1995 and 1999, Brunel rented an apartment in Trump Tower, whose owner, Donald Trump, was still close to Epstein at that time, and who also has had controversial ties to the modeling industry. The New York Post reported that Brunel was forced to leave Trump Tower because of his antics late at night with beautiful women, a charge Brunel denied. Epstein's relationship with both the Brunels and Cates was unaffected by their acrimonious split. After Brunel's split from Cates and Next Models, his ties to Epstein deepened considerably. Between 1999 and 2005, Brunel would fly on Epstein's private plane over 20 times and was described as a regular at Epstein's Palm Beach residence. During Epstein's time in prison after his first conviction, Brunel visited him around 70 times. It was at this time that Brunel became close with Ghislaine Maxwell as well. During the earlier part of this period, Brunel was still running Karen Models, which, according to a former employee, was barely profitable at the time and was only kept afloat by cash infusions from Brunel's brother Arnaud and their business partner, Etienne Desroy. Both later dumped Jean-Luc Brunel in 2003, putting his entire operation in peril. Around this time, in 2004, Epstein was seeking to gain his own foothold in the modeling industry as he attempted, but failed, to acquire the U.S. branch of Elite Models. That same year, the Paris branch of Karen Models sued to force Brunel to abandon his use of the Karen trademark. In 2005, Brunel rebranded his agencies in the U.S. under the name MC2. That same year, Epstein created a new company, registered at his Villard House's office at 457 Madison Avenue, see chapters 11 and 12, and offered Brunel a $1 million line of credit. The line of credit was part of Epstein's effort to recruit Brunel into a joint venture that would have created a new modeling agency with Elite Paris. That venture fell through once reports surfaced that Epstein was under investigation for sex trafficking in Florida. However, MC2's business continued unimpeded. However, during this period, Brunel claimed Epstein ordered him to leave Florida, and so he went to Europe and Asia for a period of time. It seems that Epstein had also offered Brunel another $1 million line of credit to get MC2 back on its feet the same year he sought to go into business with Elite Paris. MC2's former bookkeeper, Marita Vasquez, in a sworn statement given to federal investigators in 2010, stated that Epstein had guaranteed a line of credit of $1 million for MC2, and that he also directly paid for the visas of models brought to the U.S. to work for the company. At this point, Brunel's significance to Epstein's sex trafficking activities greatly increased. Vasquez also testified that the teenage models that Brunel flew in to work for MC2, and whose visas had been paid for by Epstein, were housed in the 301 66th Street apartment owned by OSA Properties, the company of Mark Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's brother. See Chapter 12. Vasquez stated that the girls were then loaned out to wealthy clients for as much as $100,000 a night. If they refused to have sex with the client, then they weren't paid. Brunel denied these claims, but they were notably corroborated by the most well-known of Epstein's victims, Virginia Roberts Giuffre. In a 2014 court filing, Giuffre alleged that Brunel offered girls modeling jobs. Many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds, and he lured them in with a promise of making good money. She has also alleged that she was forced to have sex with Brunel on several occasions. She also stated that Epstein imported underage girls from France with Brunel's assistance, including 12-year-old triplets he had flown from France so he could abuse them as a birthday present to himself. Epstein maintained a residence in Paris, located in a wealthy area along Avenue Foch, but little about his activities in the country have been publicly reported. Another girl brought into Epstein's fold by Brunel was reportedly Nadia Marcinkova, who media reports have claimed was purchased by Epstein from her family in Eastern Europe at age 14 and never even worked as a model. She has been referred to as Epstein's sex slave and was subsequently accused of aiding his sex trafficking operations by recruiting underage girls for Epstein and pressuring them to engage in sexual activity with him. She was also accused, like Ghislaine Maxwell, of engaging in sex acts herself with Epstein's victims, as well as in threesomes with Epstein and underage girls. Further evidence of Brunel's role in Epstein's sex trafficking operation can be seen in memos seized from Epstein's Palm Beach mansion by police. One memo, taken by Epstein's staff, noted that Brunel had called and left a message for Epstein that read, "He, Brunel, has a teacher for you to teach you Russian. She is 2 times 8 years old, not blonde. Lessons are free and you can have first today if you call." In court, the 2 times 8-year-old claim was suggested by lawyers, including Brad Edwards, as potentially referring to 2 8-year-old girls. However, others believe it was a coded way of referring to single 16-year-old girl. In addition, Epstein is believed to have had many of his underage victims photographed in the nude, pictures which were displayed all over his Palm Beach mansion when it was first raided by police in 2005. He was never charged, nor have any of his accomplices ever been charged with child pornography. Police also found that clocks in parts of the house had contained hidden cameras, which filmed many of the girls while inside the house, and potentially some of their sex acts with Epstein and his wealthy friends. Those images were stored on a computer hard drive also found in the residence. Vanity Fair reported that Ghislaine had openly stated that, in addition to Epstein's residences in Palm Beach and New York, Epstein's island had been completely wired for video. Those in whom Maxwell had confided this information were left with the impression that she, Maxwell, and Epstein were videotaping everyone on the island as an insurance policy, as blackmail. More on the hidden camera/hard drive aspects of Epstein's operation were previously discussed in Chapter 12. Brunel, like Epstein himself, died under what some regard as suspicious circumstances while in prison. Brunel was detained in December 2020 in connection with a French investigation into Epstein's sex crimes in that country and was found hung in his cell in February 2022. The death was quickly ruled a suicide.
Interesting coincidence how these elite human traffickers have a knack for committing suicide in prison under circumstances that often defy common sense. Number 6, Mark Middleton. Died of alleged suicide on May 7th, 2022. Finally, we have former Clinton aide Mark Middleton, the man who signed Epstein into the Clinton White House more times than anyone else. Fast forward 3 decades to 2022, and Middleton allegedly shot himself in the chest with a shotgun after hanging himself from a tree. Here's Webb on the story.
Chinagate. Jeffrey Epstein's donation to the White House Historical Association would not be his only Clinton White House connection that was intimately tied to alleged corruption and financial schemes. Not long after his first official donation in 1993, Epstein gained great access to the White House, meeting with Mark Middleton, then special assistant to Thomas Mack McLarty, in the White House itself on several occasions. The subject of those discussions and their duration remain unknown. McLarty was initially Clinton's chief of staff, a position he held until mid-1994, when he became counselor to the president and special envoy for the Americas. Middleton, a former Little Rock lawyer with ties to the Clintons prior to 1993, was reportedly chosen by McLarty to serve as his assistant after observing Middleton's role in fundraising for the 1992 election. Epstein visited the White House 15 times after his attendance of the September 1993 donor reception. Most of those visits occurred in 1994, with only one meeting taking place in 1995. He notably visited the White House twice on one day during 3 separate dates throughout 1994. Many of those 1994 meetings appear to have been with Middleton or other individuals working in the Chief of Staff's office, namely Karen Ewing, as visitor logs show that Epstein had often been signed into and out of the White House by Middleton or Ewing, and on one occasion, Ann Stock. The Daily Mail, which reported on the visitor logs in late 2021, cited sources stating that it was likely that Epstein met directly with Clinton during a handful of these 1994 visits. One of Middleton's main duties at the White House, per a 1999 report from the House Committee on Government Reform, was being in contact with many prominent business people and contributors to the president, with Epstein falling into the latter category at this time. Middleton's name would later appear in Epstein's Little Black Book of Contacts. Middleton, who had raised $4 million for Clinton's first presidential campaign, would leave the White House in 1995, but continued to maintain close ties with the White House, as he controversially kept using his White House business cards and maintained a voicemail on the White House telephone system long after he officially lost his job there. A source cited by the Daily Mail and familiar with Middleton's role at the White House at that time stated that Mark knew that Epstein was managing the money of Les Wexner. The year 1994, there were midterm elections. Clinton needed money, and Mark thought he could get some of Wexner's money. Middleton was closely associated with Johnny Huang, who raised millions of dollars from illegal or questionable sources, some tied to the Chinese government, for the Democratic National Committee, DNC. Middleton's involvement in that illegal fundraising would become known after those funds came under scrutiny following the 1996 presidential election. One of those questionable fundraising sources would later tell the FBI that Middleton had received tens of thousands of dollars from him prior to Middleton's departure from the White House. When congressional hearings were conducted into the scandal over 1996 election financing, Middleton pleaded the Fifth Amendment on 28 occasions, including in response to the question asking if he was an agent of influence for a foreign government. One of the reasons why Middleton likely pled the Fifth on so many occasions is the fact that there is much more to the story involving his association with Huang, as their relationship ties back to the corrupt power base that helped Clinton first become Arkansas's governor and later the nation's president. Huang, in particular, was deeply enmeshed in the business interests of Jackson Stevens, whose companies included Stevens Incorporated, Systematics Incorporated, and Beverly Enterprises, and Mokhtar Riyadi of the Lippo Group. Riyadi and Stevens forged a multi-decade working partnership in the early 1980s that would then act as a hub of political cronyism in Arkansas, meaning it was also intimately tied to the political rise and fortunes of the Clinton family. The Riyadi-Stevens relationship, their role in BCCI, and in the corruption surrounding the Clinton-launched Arkansas Development Finance Authority were discussed in detail in Chapter 8. Also lobbying on Huang's behalf was Mark Middleton, Special Assistant to the President and Deputy to Counselor Mac McLarty. While Middleton worked at the White House, Huang and Riyadi met with him frequently. Between March 1993 and October 1996, James Riyadi went to the White House 20 times, while Huang, before, during, and after his role at Commerce, went a total of 95 times during this same period. As congressional investigators later noted, some of these visits, for both Huang and Riyadi, included visits with the president. On many occasions when James Riyadi visited the White House, John Huang accompanied him. Riyadi was granted private meetings with the president as well. Many of these meetings also included Middleton. Some of the meetings Riyadi had with the president involved the issue of China and granting China Most Favored Nation, MFN, trading status. Even though Clinton campaigned against granting that status to China, he reversed his stance and approved MFN for China in May 1993. Then, in 1994, he de-linked MFN status from China's human rights record. Earlier that year, in February 1995, Mark Middleton, just weeks after he left his White House position, had accompanied James Riyadi to a meeting in the Oval Office with President Clinton. The next day, C. Joseph Joie created a new corporation, the Arkansas International Development Corporation, as well as a Caymans-based counterpart called the Arkansas International Development Corporation II. According to a congressional report, through Joie and AIDC II, the Riyadi-owned Lippo and closely tied to Huang attempted to gain influence by hiring people with access to the Clinton administration. Middleton was then hired by AIDC II in July 1995, which paid him a salary of $12,500 per month. On the Riyadi payroll, Middleton was supposed to seek out businesses looking for opportunities in the Asian market, particularly joint venture partners for Lippo entities. However, from July 1995 to April 1997, Middleton produced no joint venture portions for the Riyadis, despite being paid at least $262,000 during that time period. Middleton's other jobs for the Riyadis included arranging meetings for James Riyadi and essentially acting as his exalted errand boy. While traveling to Asia at the Riyadis' behest, Middleton passed out his White House business cards, even though he was no longer working there. Middleton somehow was able to maintain a voicemail and phone line at the White House until October 1996, well over a year after he left, and he also frequented the White House while employed by the Riyadis. He allegedly even gave some of his clients White House tours during this time. Epstein and Middleton. Aside from the sudden death of Ron Brown, and other commerce officials, Mark Middleton, a central figure in the campaign finance scandals of the mid-1990s, would also, years later, suffer a grisly fate. He died on May 7, 2022, at a ranch in Arkansas owned by Heifer International, a nonprofit whose funders include Walmart, BlackRock, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Heifer International is partnered with the Heifer Foundation, and the foundation's board of trustees is chaired by Martha Brantley, the former Director of Strategy and Business Development for the Clinton Development Initiative, which is part of the Clinton Foundation. The local sheriff told media that, at the ranch, Middleton was found hanging from a tree branch by the neck with a shotgun blast to the chest. It was subsequently claimed by authorities that he had hung an extension cord around his neck before shooting himself in the chest with the shotgun. Despite the shotgun blast to his chest, police claimed there was not a lot of blood or anything at the scene. Speculation about Middleton's death grew after an Arkansas judge sealed all photos, videos, and visual content related to Middleton's alleged suicide. Shortly after Middleton's death was reported, it was widely noted that he had been the official at the Clinton White House to sign off on many of Jeffrey Epstein's visits. The full extent of Middleton's role in facilitating these visits had been made public only a few months before Middleton's death in December 2021. Thus, not only was Middleton the point man for questionable individuals with links to Chinese military intelligence seeking to gain access to the White House compound, he was also the point man for the intelligence-linked Epstein to do the same. This should be a clear indication that the real Chinagate scandal was much larger in scope than just China, and the same can also be said of Mark Middleton's activities at the time. While foreign intelligence-linked individuals were gaining unparalleled access to the Clinton White House through fundraisers, so was another intelligence-linked individual, Jeffrey Epstein. As previously mentioned, Epstein's first visit on February 25, 1993, was signed off on by Robert Rubin, who would go on to serve as Treasury Secretary. Other visits in 1993 included the donor reception detailed earlier in this chapter, as well as other visits signed off by Ann Stock, then White House Social Secretary, who also appears in Epstein's Book of Contacts, and Lisa Mortman, then staff assistant to the Director of Media Affairs. Epstein began meeting with Mark Middleton in 1994, and it was this year that the bulk of Epstein's visits to the White House were made. Several of the visits during 1994 either list Middleton or Karen Ewing as signing Epstein into the White House. According to sources cited by the Daily Mail, Ewing was involved in sending names of visitors to be cleared by the Secret Service, and that Epstein was there to see Middleton, not her. In addition, the 3 days in 1994 where Epstein made multiple White House visits in a single day were all tied to Middleton. Middleton, from early 1994 on, seems to have been the main facilitator of Epstein's White House visits, as Epstein's final visit in January 1995 took place just weeks before Middleton resigned. It was during these visits that Epstein allegedly met then Senate Majority Leader George Mitchell. As previously mentioned, Mitchell was named by Virginia Giuffre in a deposition as one of the men Epstein forced her to have sex with. Epstein was notably accompanied by young women, as well as Ghislaine Maxwell, during several of his White House visits. With both Middleton and Epstein dead, it is exceedingly difficult to determine the exact nature and extent of their relationship, as well as the subject of their White House meetings. Yet Middleton's major role in the campaign finance scandal, as described above, is a critical clue. As it turns out, Epstein and other unsavory figures tied to Robert Maxwell were also involved in suspect fundraising and influence efforts during the 1996 campaign season, in what is perhaps the other, less explored side of the so-called Chinagate scandal.
What an interesting coincidence how these elites tied to human traffickers have a knack for committing suicide under circumstances that defy common sense. Again, it's time to recognize that where there's smoke, there's fire. Members of the deep state organized crime syndicate, like Bill and Hillary Clinton, have no respect for the sanctity of human life. Assassinations have always been a tool readily used to liquidate individuals who pose a threat to this cabal, regardless of whether or not the victim is a U.S. citizen. It's time we properly investigate these and many other Clinton-affiliated murders and finally achieve justice, truth, and transparency for the victims. One important disclaimer I feel obligated to make here as well. I'm perfectly healthy and I would never kill myself. I'm far too excited to be a part of humanity's future, one that isn't barreling towards dystopia thanks to the Clintons and their psychopathic blackmail buddies. Clinton Foundation. Shortly after leaving the Oval Office, the Clintons set up the Clinton Foundation. Like other oligarchs, they've since used this tax-free entity under the guise of philanthropy to benefit their own political and financial agendas. Here's Whitney Webb's commentary on the Clinton Foundation and Clinton Global Initiative.
Epstein, Clinton, and Philanthropy 2.0. Around the same time that Epstein and Maxwell were growing closer to Prince Andrew and arranging his social life, they also began to publicly cozy up to another man of influence, Bill Clinton. Indeed, shortly after Bill Clinton left office, his relationship with Epstein and Maxwell deepened considerably. It has also been the erroneous contention of the mainstream media that Clinton's relationship with Epstein only began during this period of time, in his post-presidency. This is likely part of a broader effort to obfuscate Epstein's relationship with the Clinton White House in the 1990s. See chapters 16 and 17. By 2002, Clinton was being referred to in media reports as Epstein's latest prized addition. The article also quoted Clinton via a spokesman as saying the following of Epstein: Jeffrey is both a highly successful financier and a committed philanthropist with a keen sense of global markets and an in-depth knowledge of 21st century science. Clinton also said at the time that he especially appreciated Epstein's, insights and generosity as it related to work on democratization, empowering the poor, citizen service, and combating HIV/AIDS. In the months after leaving the White House, Bill Clinton not only began to spend a lot more time, at least publicly, with Jeffrey Epstein, he was also focused on the launching of his philanthropic organization, the Clinton Foundation. In examining the Epstein-Clinton relationship in the early 2000s, there are numerous indications that Epstein, the man who previously had masterminded one of the largest Ponzi schemes in U.S. history via Towers Financial, and whose past financial activity was interwoven with organized crime and intelligence networks, played a key role in shaping Clinton's post-presidential philanthropy. It is also worth keeping in mind that Epstein's past associations with the Clinton White House revolved around controversial fundraisers with links to foreign espionage operations. Epstein was also involved in the philanthropy of Bill Gates, which will be discussed more in the next chapter. The philanthropies of Gates and Clinton, both launched in 2001, were intertwined in key ways, with Epstein being one major yet underreported connection between the two. Epstein's role in shaping these high-profile philanthropies was no accident. During the early 2000s, there were major shifts in the world of philanthropy underway where people in Epstein's broader network, like convicted felon and former junk bond king Michael Milken and tech entrepreneurs like Bill Gates, were developing what some have called Philanthropy 2.0. Much of this new model of philanthropy has centered around securing pledges from billionaires, multimillionaires, and wealthy celebrities that are ultimately multi-year promises to invest time and money in businesses in particular markets which are framed as having a high social impact. These pledges receive a lot of publicity and are publicly treated as philanthropic. However, critics and even supporters have noted that this is not philanthropy, not as the U.S. tax code defines it, or really how popular culture has always considered it, since the earliest societies adopted alms giving to the poor. Key aspects of so-called Philanthropy 2.0 are related to the rise of venture philanthropy, which is defined as the application or redirection of principles of traditional venture capital financing to achieve philanthropic endeavors. Such philanthropic endeavors are further defined as making investments that promote some sort of social good, like socially responsible investments, SRI, to meet environmental, social, and governance, ESG, criteria, as opposed to turning a profit. However, if the venture philanthropist is also on the board of the company and holds stock in the company benefiting from the philanthropy, as often happens, there are ultimately few tangible differences between venture capitalism and venture philanthropy. It should come as no surprise, then, that philanthropists of this mold often refer to their philanthropic donations as investments and openly tout the high return on investment those donations have generated. The Clinton Foundation is a notable example of such philanthropy. It has also been routinely accused of functioning as a more sophisticated version of the corrupt pay-to-play political slush funds used by the Clintons in the past. Yet, instead of their past use of formal political fundraising bodies for these purposes, this time they used what is nominally a charity. When considering that Epstein's earliest involvement with the Clintons was related to their most questionable fundraising activities, see Chapter 16, as well as Epstein's own past of financial crimes, this suggests that his role in guiding the early days of the Clintons' philanthropic ventures was hardly coincidental, and also suggests there were ulterior motives behind the foundation's creation. Notably, one of the participants in the suspect 1996 fundraising meetings discussed in Chapter 16, Bruce Lindsay, was one of the earliest heads of the Clinton Foundation. Epstein's covert role in the early days of the Clinton Foundation can be seen in key ways. The foundation, for instance, was created by Bill Clinton alongside Doug Band, with input from people like Ira Magaziner, among others, in 2001. Notably, Epstein's several flights with Clinton during this period often saw Band on board and, on a few occasions, Ira Magaziner as well. Another person on flights on Epstein's plane with Clinton, Band, and/or Magaziner is Gail Smith, a former advisor to Clinton who later became the working group chair on global poverty for the Clinton Global Initiative from 2005 to 2007. In addition, Epstein's defense lawyers during his first arrest for sex crimes claimed that Epstein was part of the original group that conceived the Clinton Global Initiative, CGI, which is described as a project bringing together a community of global leaders to devise and implement innovative solutions to some of the world's most pressing challenges. Others have described the CGI as a kind of dressed-up Woodstock for corporate generals and NGO dreamers, and as the Clinton Foundation's glitzy annual gathering of chief executives, heads of state, and celebrities. Epstein's plane being shared by Clinton, Band, Magaziner, Smith, and others during this critical period where Clinton's post-presidential philanthropies were being designed and established corroborates the claim from his lawyers that Epstein was part of this particular group. This is especially true when considering the destinations and purposes of many of those specific flights. The flights Clinton took on Epstein's plane began in February 2002 and involved 6 unique trips, which involved 26 flights overall between 2002 and 2003. In his apparent role in helping plan and lending his jet to Clinton's fledgling philanthropies, Epstein had, perhaps unexpectedly, gained the media's attention due to his increasingly public globetrotting with the former president. Epstein, in 2002, suggested that the raising of his public profile had created unintended consequences. If my ultimate goal was to stay private, traveling with Clinton was a bad move on the chessboard. I recognize that now. But you know what? Even Kasparov makes them. You move on. Indeed, prior to the Africa trip, Epstein only appeared in reports, mainly in the British press, that focused on and speculated about the nature of his relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as his relationship with Prince Andrew. When Epstein's relationship with Clinton began to garner press attention, it was one of the first times that Epstein was scrutinized by the American press. However, Maxwell herself apparently cultivated a relationship with Clinton during the period in which Epstein was involved with the Clinton philanthropies. For instance, Maxwell reportedly accompanied Clinton on Ron Burkle's private jet to India in November 2003. That trip was also associated with Clinton's philanthropic endeavors, but, notably, Epstein was not present. In addition, Maxwell accompanied Clinton alongside billionaire philanthropist Ted Waite, a former tech mogul and then boyfriend of Ghislaine's, on another trip to Asia in 2005 that included visits to Taiwan, Japan, and China. Vicky Ward has reported that Maxwell, at the time, was considered by Clinton's staff as just as important as Jeffrey, if not more so, in terms of fundraising for the Clinton Foundation, and was deemed as the go-to person for financial asks for Jeffrey's money by the Clinton Foundation and then the Global Initiative. Some of Epstein's donations to Clinton's philanthropies included a high six-figure sum in 2005 to become founding members of the CGI. As a result, Maxwell was constantly being asked to attend VIP events associated with the Clinton Foundation and the CGI. At that time, and shortly after the alleged trip of Epstein's and Clinton's to China in 2005, Maxwell and Clinton were reported to have grown closer, and Epstein seemed to be completely left behind. This can be seen in Maxwell being a guest to Chelsea Clinton's wedding in 2010 and the involvement of her subsequent philanthropy, Terra Mar, with the CGI. Some authors have since alleged that Clinton and Maxwell began having an affair at this time because Clinton visited Maxwell's New York residence numerous times and they were seen dining together. However, as previously mentioned, Maxwell also engaged in the same behavior with Prince Andrew, and this was likely just part of the behaviors that Maxwell used to enthrall and manipulate powerful men.
Haiti. The Clintons have frequently been accused of using their political connections and finances to rape, pillage, and plunder developing nations, most notably Haiti. Their criminal abuse of this country often comes under the guise of philanthropy through the Clinton Foundation and/or Clinton Global Initiative.
Build Back Better has bizarrely been the slogan for all sorts of different political groups around the world. Bill Clinton used it to promote the Clinton Foundation after the Haiti hurricane disaster.
The recent cholera outbreak serves as a stark reminder of the urgency we face to address the strengthened reconstruction efforts in Haiti to help the people build back better.
Haitian activists staged a protest outside Hillary Clinton's Manhattan office. The demonstrators claim billions of dollars were stolen through the Haiti Reconstruction Commission headed by Bill Clinton. They also say Haiti was used as a cover for foreign governments to funnel kickbacks of possibly hundreds of millions of dollars through the Clinton Foundation.
Given that Clinton himself was the one who coined this term, Build Back Better, there's been very little transparency and accountability despite all these buzzwords, sustainable development, community consultation.
Any disaster can be the perfect excuse to build back better by using the money that should be going to disaster relief to instead subsidize the UN agenda at the same time as making renewables investors very rich.
During her time in MKUltra enslavement, Cathy O'Brien had firsthand experience of the Clintons' corrupt activities in Haiti. She published an essay on her podcast, Transformation Podcast, in 2020, discussing this topic.
Clintons, Haiti, human trafficking, and psych warfare on sexuality. by me, Cathy O'Brien. Have you ever considered the correlation between the Clinton Foundation, World Vision, and CIA Jesuit black ops in Haiti? Or is that simply semantics for more of the same crimes against humanity perpetuated under the illusion of charity to fund a global domination agenda? My experiences carrying out black ops in Haiti under MKUltra mind control gave me deep insight into the plight of this traumatized nation. Haiti was being used as a testing ground for trauma-based mind control, multi-generational genetic alteration, infestation of AIDS, human trafficking, and an epicenter for CIA cocaine and heroin drug ops. I know from personal experience on a White House Pentagon level that mind control is used to enforce actions contrary to innate human nature. Mind control's sliding scale extends to psychological warfare, which is a missing piece of the puzzle that brings the big picture into focus as to what in the world is really going on with Haiti. Several years ago, when I learned of Maxine Waters' deep Haitian political connections, I turned over vast amounts of detailed testimony to her with renewed hopes and expectations of exposing CIA drug ops and helping the plight of the Haitians. This was not to be the case any more than was Maxine Waters' handling of Gary Webb's testimony that inspired the CIA to investigate and clear themselves of drug ops despite over 500,000 documents proving otherwise. This raises questions that demand answers. Bill Clinton's infamous Mina cocaine operations that I'd been exposed to since the late 1970s extended internationally to include Haiti and expanded into related criminal activities such as human trafficking. Bill and Hillary's complicity in crimes against humanity are rooted deeply, with absolute power corrupting absolutely. The Clintons are no strangers to charities being used to cover for their criminal operations. Charities like World Vision and various Christian missions collecting money under the guise of helping Haitians instead notoriously line pockets while funding black ops. Churches including the Lord's Chapel in Brentwood, Tennessee, and Hendersonville, Tennessee's Mormon Church are among those missions I had experienced to know merged with CIA cocaine ops. Like many others, these cult churches sent their mind-controlled followers out on missions to Haiti as cover for muling cocaine for the CIA. When a Lord's Chapel mind-controlled missionary was busted for cocaine he was not aware was in his suitcase, the church let him take the fall, akin to Roger Clinton's case. Prison ministries commenced thereafter, making the church appear compassionate the same way Bill Clinton's pardon of Roger made it appear he cared. Same game for public appearance, and charities were providing the perfect cover. During my tenure under MKUltra mind control, carrying out White House Pentagon-level black ops for shadow government globalists like the Clintons in the 1980s, AIDS was deliberately introduced into Haiti through World Vision vaccines. Hillary Clinton's perverse sexual abuse of me, detailed in Trance, was predicated on her understanding that I was immune from AIDS as necessary for working Haitian black ops. With Bill Clinton's cocaine operations well entrenched in Haiti, and Hillary's accepted knowledge of World Vision's AIDS operations, questions must be raised as to how this interfaces with the Clinton Foundation's Haitian operations. Charities have been used for decades to perpetuate CIA Jesuit black ops, since it is known that anyone emotionally donating to charities does not want to face the reality that their well-intentioned monies were only used against humanity. Such anticipated natural human reactions are a powerful component of psychological warfare. The psych warfare impact of AIDS genocide reverberates today, changing the very nature of human sexuality as anticipated. With AIDS impacting heterosexual procreation and pedophilia being sanctioned by shadow government globalists in order to heighten suggestibility and confuse gender, human sexuality is in crisis. Understanding why is key to reclaiming our freedom to evolve as a society unhindered by mind control's agenda. Psych warfare's hold on sexuality was deliberately introduced into global ed Common Core. When Bill Clinton claimed the office of president, Gay Celebration Month was forced into the school system. Transgender bathrooms would have become the norm under Hillary had this plan not been derailed this past election. Why confuse sexuality and inhibit procreation? Why genetically cleanse through AIDS? It was my experience under mind control to have overheard much discussion regarding genetic engineering and cloning to replace natural procreation in order to accelerate intellect to keep up with AI, artificial intelligence. It was also my experience that Bush Sr. adhered to Hitler-Himmler research that sexually abusing a child would heighten their suggestibility and intelligence in accordance with creating the perfect race. This formula was used on his own son for presidential placement to ensure the 100-year plan for global domination was ushered in. I was present during this discussion on this with his close friend Bill Clinton at the Swiss Villa compound as detailed in Trance and Access Denied. My young programmed daughter Kelly and I were being perversely used for covert filming blackmail purposes at that Swiss Villa event. When Bill Clinton stopped Bush's intent to covertly film him with my daughter, he further stated sexually abusing his child was not necessary when genetics were already in place to perpetuate the New World Order agenda. Regardless, both Bush and Clinton adhered to means of overriding innate free thought soul expression in favor of robotic compliance to their global agenda. Clinton's denial of incest with Chelsea, combined with stopping sex with my daughter, albeit for the cameras, formed my perception that pedophilia was not his personal perversion at the time. Given the reality of the Clintons' involvement in drug ops and human trafficking, my formed perception is certainly not conclusive. Perpetrators' perversions notoriously extended past bisexual to trisexual, meaning they would try anything, including children. Additionally, my daughter's memory and subsequent testimony as to her personal exposure to the Clintons on this and other occasions was deliberately disrupted while she was a political prisoner in custody at Vanderbilt. Reverberations of psych warfare that began in Haiti under the guise of charities has permeated our society on many levels for decades, even to the point of altering human sexuality. As more and more truth comes to light in view of Hillary's defeat, understand that roots of corruption run deep. We the people may have plucked the rosebud from the bush this past election, yet we still need to uproot the whole plant in order to render the thorns ineffective. Remember that the proverbial road to Hades is paved with good intentions. Rather than contribute to shady charities or rely on governments to act on our behalf, begin personally reaching out to give a hand up to those in need. Dare to care. And dare to prosecute the Clintons for their complicity in crimes against humanity that have disrupted free thought and altered human evolution. Move beyond their diversionary blame game obstructions and lock Clintons up.
To the people of Haiti, we love you and we are with you. The American public is waking up to the crimes against humanity that have taken place in your country, and we will no longer allow these human trafficking criminals to act with impunity. To Hillary Clinton, you evil, heinous bitch. You satanic, murderous, child-torturing psychopath. I reinforce what I said at the start of this episode. The public is waking up to what you've done, and we will not forget. You will be held accountable. There will be justice for you and your cabal of co-conspirators, many of whom I've named. There will be justice for those against whom you've committed war crimes, genocide, and other human rights atrocities. Personally, I've never been a proponent for capital punishment. That said, I viewed Israel's policy limiting it to treason, genocide, crimes against humanity, and Nazi war crimes as logical. And if that's the standard we use for whatever military or human rights tribunal stands in your future, then I expect that will be the outcome for you and the other leaders of this cabal. Hillary, whether your story ends with capital punishment or a lifetime of incarceration, I cannot say. What I do know is that the history books will not be kind to you or the other leaders of the shadow government. We will remember the grand plot that was orchestrated to enslave and subjugate humanity, and how brave men and women around the world stood up and stopped you dead in your fucking tracks. Re-examining our elections, losing your heroes, and finding real ones. Thank you all for joining me on this perilous journey down the rabbit hole. Now that we've seen the truth of what our political and financial elites do behind the curtain, I'd like to return to where we started, the 2016 election. Re-examining the 2016 election. In the last month of the election, the mainstream media and big tech platforms, through a coordinated effort with the intelligence agencies, censored news of the John Podesta email leak and the Pizzagate scandal. Now let me be clear, Pizzagate could be the biggest story to break since the founding of the United States. That may be hyperbolic, but it also might not. Pizzagate once and for all exposed the private persona and the depraved culture of the aristocratic class, and that they rape, torture, and murder children as a matter of habit, as part of their disgusting culture. Yet while news of Pizzagate was actively mocked, claimed debunked, censored, and vilified, another scandal dominated the 2016 election, Russiagate. The Russiagate conspiracy theory claims the Russian government interfered in the U.S. 2016 presidential election with the goals of harming Hillary Clinton's campaign and of boosting that of Donald Trump. The Russian collusion was claimed to have been ordered directly by Vladimir Putin, possibly in direct coordination and collusion with Donald Trump or members of his campaign team. Further, Russiagate alleged troll farms led by Russian intelligence operatives created thousands of social media accounts that purported to be Americans supporting radical political groups and planned promoted events in support of Trump and against Clinton. Finally, the Russiagate theory claimed the Russians were responsible for various high-profile document leaks, including the WikiLeaks release of DNC emails in July 2016 and the John Podesta emails in October 2016. The FBI opened an investigation into the Russian interference conspiracy theory called Crossfire Hurricane. Crossfire Hurricane dominated media headlines throughout the final months of the 2016 election and continued into the first several years of Trump's presidency, up until special counsel and former FBI Director Robert Mueller concluded the investigation in March 2019. The Democrat Party elites repeated the Russian collusion story like mockingbirds. Party leader after party leader repeated the Russian interference narrative, casting doubt on the legitimacy of the 2016 election with seemingly reckless abandon.
You can run the best campaign, you can even become the nominee, and you can have the election stolen from you.
How can you win with Russian interference, though?
That's a real
what I'm
thing.
scared about in 2020.
But rightly.
Because I think he's an illegitimate president that didn't really win. So how do you fight against that in 2020?
You are absolutely right.
He's an illegitimate president in my mind.
Would you be my vice presidential candidate? Folks, look, I absolutely agree.
Trump didn't actually win the election in 2016. He lost the election, and he was put into office because the Russians interfered.
Russia interfered with our election, attacked our democracy for the sole purpose of artificially placing someone at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. They were successful.
Trump knows he's an illegitimate president.
The president-elect, although legally elected, is not legitimate.
I don't see this president-elect as a legitimate president.
You said you believe that Russia's interference altered the outcome of the election.
I do. We have a president who, if in fact it is proven, has been assisted by the Russians and may in fact not be a legitimate president.
The one thing that Trump is fearful of when it comes to his being president is that finally we will see how illegitimate his victory actually was.
I have an objection.
I object to the 15 votes from the state of North Carolina. I object because people are horrified.
He's an illegitimate president.
Our election was hijacked. There is no question. Congress has a duty to hashtag protect our democracy and hashtag follow the facts.
John Lewis is completely right. There is a cloud of illegitimacy around the election of Donald Trump. The Russians interfered with his election. James Comey and the FBI interfered with his election. The fake news industry interfered with his election.
Trump knows he's an illegitimate president who got illegitimate foreign help
Do you believe Trump is a legitimate president?
What I believe is that there's no question that the outcome of this election was affected by the Russian interference.
There absolutely is a cloud of illegitimacy.
So that legitimacy is in question, yes. So that was a very tainted election, and in that sense, it's illegitimate.
Why do you think the president is going to such great lengths to essentially prove that he beat you?
Because he knows he didn't. He knows he's an illegitimate president.
Stolen emails, stolen drone, stolen election. Welcome to the world of unprecedented Trump.
So do you believe President Trump is an illegitimate president?
Based on what I just said, which I can't retract.
He tweeted in February 2018, quote, "The more we learn about the 2016 election, the more illegitimate it becomes. America deserves to know whether we have a fake president in the Oval Office."
The Russian attempt to have the election, and frankly, the FBI is weighing in on the election, I think makes his election illegitimate.
There was a widespread understanding that this election was not on the level. We still don't know what really happened, Isaac. I mean, there's just a lot that I think will be revealed, history will discover, but you don't win by 3 million votes and have all this other shenanigan stuff going on and not come away with an idea like, whoa, something's not right here.
Seems to me that there's a cloud of illegitimacy that continues to hang over 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
The outcome of the election was affected by their interference, and now we need to know, to what degree, if any, the Trump campaign was actually in collusion with with Russia.
He knows he's an illegitimate president. So of course he's obsessed with me, and I believe that it's a guilty conscience.
The Democratic Party establishment was so convinced Trump only won due to Russian interference that they were ready to proclaim the outcome of 2016 as illegitimate because of it. The only problem? Russiagate turned out to be bullshit from the very beginning.
As I told you yesterday, the explosive Durham report has exposed not just the lies around the Russian collusion hoax, but it also showed just how compromised the FBI and Justice Department have become and why trust in those institutions has plummeted. Special Counsel John Durham's 316-page report is devastating for those who push the Russian collusion lie for 4 years. The Democrats and the media's complicity in this saga have been, well demonstrated, but this report found the FBI should never have launched its investigation and that it had no real evidence before it launched its probe, and it knew that. As James Bovard wrote in the New York Post, Durham exposed how the FBI and Justice Department plotted to rig the 2016 presidential election. This is serious stuff. This is as serious as it gets. Joining me from Florida is Newsweek opinion editor Josh Hammer. Josh, thank you so much for joining me tonight. This report confirms what many of us have been saying for years, but the fact remains that the FBI and Justice Department have been hijacked by political ideologues willing to compromise the integrity of those institutions.
You know, Rita, look, for those of us who have been paying attention closely to these affairs for years now, there's nothing in the Durham report that is a particularly big surprise. So the fix has been in since the start. I mean, the fix has basically been in since the 2016 presidential election effectively concluded. I mean, Michael Flynn, who was supposed to be President Trump's first national security advisor, was basically out before Donald Trump could even be president. But what the Durham report does confirm, and you've seen some liberal media outlets here in the United States slowly start to finally, years overdue, acknowledge what should have been obvious all along. So what it confirms is that the Russia collusion delusion, this massive hoax that was foisted upon the American people, was bought and paid for by the Hillary Clinton campaign. That is just the plain truth. I mean, what happened was the FBI, which is supposed to be a neutral law enforcement agency, the federal wing of the law enforcement apparatus in these United States, basically took in a Hillary Clinton campaign talking point, a talking point that they had laundered through a Tony Whiteshoe law firm called Perkins Coie, working hand in hand with political opposition research and scare quotes firm Fusion GPS, with the Steele dossier of the discredited former British spy Christopher Steele. I mean, all of the actors here, those of us in the know, Rita, have been paying attention to all of this for years. What I want to know, and unfortunately where the Durham report, I think, leaves some of us like myself hanging, is what is going to happen next. So the Durham report does not ultimately conclude with further recommendations for additional reprisals, additional prosecutions. To date, John Durham has basically failed, actually. He has effectively failed in seeing justice for those who perpetuated massive malfeasance and wrongdoings here. I mean, the only person who was paid any modicum of justice is a former FBI lawyer by the name of Kevin Kleinsmith, who forged a FISA surveillance warrant application. But even Kevin Kleinsmith has not served jail time. He is basically he got off with probation. So this was back in January 2021. So unfortunately, there are a lot of answers still to come. But for now, give credit where credit is due. It took a very, very long time and cost a lot of money to get us here. But the report, other than the lack of referrals for criminal prosecution, I think is a very good thing.
Mueller's Crossfire Hurricane investigation concluded in March 2019 and did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. Then in May 2019, Attorney General Bill Barr directed U.S. Attorney John Durham to conduct a preliminary review into certain legal matters related to the 2016 presidential election campaigns, which subsequently developed into a criminal investigation. 4 years later, on May 12, 2023, Special Counsel Durham published the results of his investigation. To quote Mr. Durham, "Our findings and conclusions regarding these and related questions are sobering." Sections of the report follow. Quote, Executive Summary. The public record contains a substantial body of influence relating to former President Trump's and the Trump Organization's relationship with Russian businesses, Russian business people, and Russian officials, as well as separate evidence of Russia's attempts to interfere in the 2016 presidential election. Our review and investigation, in turn, has focused on separate but related questions, including the following. Was there adequate predication for the FBI to open the Crossfire Hurricane investigation from its inception on July 31st, 2016, as a full Counterintelligence and Foreign Agents Registration Act (FARA) investigation, given the requirements of the Attorney General's guidelines for FBI domestic operations and FBI policies relating to the use of the least intrusive investigative tools necessary? Was the opening of Crossfire Hurricane as a full investigation on July 31st, 2016, consistent with how the FBI handled other intelligence it had received prior to July 31st, 2016, concerning attempts by foreign interests to influence the Clinton and other campaigns? Similarly, did the FBI properly consider other highly significant intelligence it received at virtually the same time as that used to predicate Crossfire Hurricane, but related not to the Trump campaign, but rather to a purported Clinton campaign plan to vilify Donald Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services, which might have shed light on the Russia information the FBI was receiving from third parties, including the Steele dossier, the Alpha Bank allegations, and confidential human source CHS reporting? If not, were any provable federal crimes committed in failing to do so? Was there evidence that the actions of any FBI personnel or third parties relating to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation violated any federal criminal statutes, including the prohibition against making false statements to federal officials? If so, was that evidence sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? Was there evidence that the actions of the FBI or department personnel in providing false or incomplete information to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, FISC, violated any federal criminal statutes? If so, was there evidence sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt? Our findings and conclusions regarding these and related questions are sobering. State of Intelligence Community information regarding Trump and Russia prior to the opening of Crossfire Hurricane. Before the initial receipt by FBI headquarters of information from Australia on July 28, 2016, concerning comments reportedly made in a tavern on May 6, 2016 by George Papadopoulos, an unpaid foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign, the government possessed no verified intelligence reflecting that Trump or the Trump campaign was involved in a conspiracy or collaborative relationship with officials of the Russian government. Indeed, based on the evidence gathered in the multiple exhaustive and costly federal investigations of these matters, including the instant investigation, neither U.S. law enforcement nor the intelligence community appears to have possessed any actual evidence of collusion in their holdings at the commencement of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. The opening of Crossfire Hurricane. The record in this matter reflects that upon receipt of unevaluated intelligence information from Australia, the FBI swiftly opened the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. In particular, at the direction of Deputy Director Andrew McCabe, Deputy Assistant Director for Counterintelligence Peter Strzok opened Crossfire Hurricane immediately. Strzok, at a minimum, had pronounced hostile feelings toward Trump. The matter was opened as a full investigation without ever having spoken to the persons who provided the information. Further, the FBI did so without 1, any significant review of its own intelligence databases, 2, collection and examination of any relevant intelligence from other U.S. intelligence entities, 3, interviews of witnesses essential to understanding the raw information it had received, or 4, using any of the standard analytical tools typically employed by the FBI in evaluating raw intelligence. Had it done so, again as set out in section 4.A.3.B and C, the FBI would have learned that their own experienced Russia analysts had no information about Trump being involved with Russian leadership officials, nor were others in sensitive positions at the CIA, the NSA, and the Department of State aware of such evidence concerning the subject. In addition, FBI records prepared by Strzok in February and March 2017 show that at the time of the opening of Crossfire Hurricane, the FBI had no information in its holdings indicating that at any time during the campaign, anyone in the Trump campaign had been in contact with any Russian intelligence officials. The speed and manner in which the FBI opened and investigated Crossfire Hurricane during the presidential election season based on raw, unanalyzed, and uncorroborated intelligence also reflected a noticeable departure from how it approached prior matters involving possible attempted foreign election interference plans aimed at the Clinton campaign. As described in Section 4.B in the 18 months leading up to the 2016 election, the FBI was required to deal with a number of proposed investigations that had the potential of affecting the election. In each of those instances, the FBI moved with considerable caution. In one such matter discussed in Section 4.B.1, FBI headquarters and department officials required defensive briefings to be provided to Clinton and other officials or candidates who appeared to be the targets of foreign interference. In another, the FBI elected to end an investigation after one of its longtime and valuable CHSs went beyond what was authorized and made an improper and possibly illegal financial contribution to the Clinton campaign on behalf of a foreign entity as a precursor to a much larger donation being contemplated. And in the third, the Clinton Foundation matter, both senior FBI and department officials placed restrictions on how those matters were to be handled, such that essentially no investigative activities occurred for months leading up to the election. These examples are also markedly different from the FBI's actions with respect to other highly significant intelligence it received from a trusted foreign source pointing to a Clinton campaign plan to vilify Trump by tying him to Vladimir Putin so as to divert attention away from her own concerns relating to her use of a private email server. Unlike the FBI's opening of a full investigation of unknown members of the Trump campaign based on raw, uncorroborated information, in this separate matter involving a purported Clinton campaign plan, the FBI never opened any type of inquiry, issued any taskings, employed any analytical personnel, or produced any analytical products in connection with the information. This lack of action was despite the fact that the significance of the Clinton plan intelligence was such as to have prompted the director of the CIA, John Brennan, to brief the president, Barack Obama, Vice President Joe Biden, Attorney General Loretta Lynch, Director of the FBI James Comey, and other senior government officials about its content within days of its receipt. It was also of enough importance for the CIA to send a formal written referral memorandum to Director Comey and the Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division, Peter Strzok, for their consideration and action. The investigative referral provided examples of information the Crossfire Hurricane Fusion Cell had gleaned to date. Conclusion. Based on the review of Crossfire Hurricane and related intelligence activities, we conclude that the department and the FBI failed to uphold their important mission of strict fidelity to the law in connection with certain events and activities described in this report. As noted, former FBI attorney Kevin Kleinsmith committed a criminal offense by fabricating language in an email that was material to the FBI obtaining a FISA surveillance order. In other instances, FBI personnel working on that same FISA application displayed, at best, a cavalier attitude towards accuracy and completeness. FBI personnel also reportedly disregarded important requirements when they continued to seek renewals of that FISA surveillance while acknowledging, both then and in hindsight, that they did not genuinely believe that there was probable cause to believe that the target was knowingly engaged in clandestine intelligence activities on behalf of a foreign power or knowingly helped another person in such activities. And certain personnel disregarded significant exculpatory information that should have prompted investigative restraint and re-examination. Our investigation also revealed that senior FBI personnel displayed a serious lack of analytical rigor towards the information that they received, especially information received from politically affiliated persons and entities. This information in part triggered and sustained Crossfire Hurricane and contributed to the subsequent need for Special Counsel Mueller's investigation. In particular, there was significant reliance on investigative leads provided or funded directly or indirectly by Trump's political opponents. The department did not adequately examine or question these materials and the motivations of those providing them, even when at about the same time the director of the FBI and others learned of significant and potentially contrary intelligence. In light of the foregoing, there is a continuing need for the FBI and the department to recognize that lack of analytical rigor, apparent confirmation bias, and an overwillingness to rely on information from individuals connected to political opponents caused investigators to fail to adequately consider alternative hypotheses and to act without appropriate objectivity or restraint in pursuing allegations of collusion or conspiracy between a U.S. political campaign and a foreign power. Although recognizing that in hindsight much is clearer, much of this also seems to have been clear at the time. We therefore believe it is important to examine past conduct to identify shortcomings and improve how the government carries out its most sensitive functions. End quote. Sobering, to say the least. Here's John Durham testifying before Congress.
Based on declassified documents that in the public record, there was intelligence information that was received at virtually the same time that the information came from the Australians, within a day or two. That intelligence included information that there was a purported plan designed by one of Mrs. Clinton's foreign policy advisors to create a scandal tying Donald Trump to the Russians. That's the essence of the intelligence as contained in the declassified information.
Did the president receive this intelligence?
On August 3rd of 2016, then Director Brennan had briefed the president, vice president, director of national intelligence, the FBI, the attorney general, and others.
When you say the FBI, you mean Mr. Comey?
He had, on August 3rd, it was conducted at the White House. It was Director Comey himself.
So Mr. Comey knew about this. President Obama knew about this. Vice President Biden knew about this. But it wasn't provided to the agents on the case or provided to the secret FISA court. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why wasn't it?
No, we can tell you what the facts are. People can draw their own conclusions from that.
About the Papadopoulos comments at the bar that were used as justification for this whole thing, what would the FBI have learned had it looked into this information honestly?
If before opening Crossfire Hurricane they had checked their own files and communicated with other intelligence agencies and the like, they would have found that there was nothing at that time in their files that would corroborate the information of a suggestion that the Russians might provide some kind of assistance. There's nothing in their files that would corroborate that.
By the way, did you catch the comment in the Durham Report executive summary about the FBI's investigation into the Clinton Foundation matter? Here's what Durham had to say about the Clinton Foundation. Allegations involving the Clinton Foundation. Beginning in January 2016, 3 different FBI field offices, the New York Field Office, NYFO, the Washington Field Office, WFO, and the Little Rock Field Office, LRFO, opened investigations into possible criminal activity involving the Clinton Foundation. The LRFO case opening communication referred to an intelligence product and corroborating financial reporting that a particular commercial industry likely engaged a federal public official in a flow of benefits scheme, namely large monetary contributions were made to a nonprofit under both direct and indirect control of the federal public official in exchange for favorable government action and or influence. The WFO investigation was opened as a preliminary investigation because the case agent wanted to determine if he could develop additional information to corroborate the allegations in a recently published book, Clinton Cash, by Peter Schweizer, before seeking to convert the matter to a full investigation. Additionally, the LRFO and NYFO investigations included predication based on source reporting that identified foreign governments that had made or offered to make contribution to the foundation in exchange for favorable or preferential treatment from Clinton. With 3 different FBI field offices having opened investigations related to the Clinton Foundation, there was a perceived need to conduct coordination meetings between the field offices, FBI headquarters, and appropriate United States attorneys' offices and components from the department. These meetings likely were deemed especially important given that the investigations were occurring in an election year in which Clinton was a declared candidate for president. Once again, the investigative actions taken by FBI headquarters in the foundation matters contrast with those taken in Crossfire Hurricane. As an initial matter, the NYFO and WFO investigations appear to have been opened as preliminary investigations due to the political sensitivity and the reliance on unvetted hearsay information, the Clinton Cash book, and CHS reporting. By contrast, the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was immediately opened as a full investigation, despite the fact that it was similarly predicated on unvetted hearsay information. Furthermore, while the department appears to have had legitimate concerns about the foundation investigation occurring so close to a presidential election, it does not appear that similar concerns were expressed by the department or FBI regarding the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. End quote. Investigations for thee, but not for me. After the Durham Report's publication, Hillary Clinton publicly addressed the American people to apologize for her propagation of the Russiagate theory for the past 7 years. She announced the launch of a full investigation into her 2016 campaign team members suspected of contriving the hoax. Clinton went on to say that while she continues to disagree with Trump's moral compass and policy initiatives, she respects the importance of free and fair elections, and that she will work tirelessly to ensure President Biden retains the presidency in 2024. Not by slandering Donald Trump with baseless rumors implying collusion with Russia, but by galvanizing the American people with Biden's policies and his inspirational message. Not.
I think Biden is the one who says this all the time. Don't judge me against the almighty, judge me against the alternative. And I have been very clear in saying I am for the Biden-Harris ticket because of what they've accomplished, which I value and I think is making a big difference in helping us shape our future. But I'm also for them because the alternative is so dangerous. And I think people will begin to pay more attention as time goes by.
Putin has obviously your friend and mine.
Yes, indeed.
He has intervened in our election in the past.
Right.
It's not something, as you experienced firsthand, it's not something we talk about a lot. Do you fear that that is something that could be happening for 2024? And do you think we should be talking about it more?
Well, I think we should be talking about it more because I don't think, despite all of the deniers, there's any doubt that he interfered in our election or that he has interfered in many ways in the internal affairs of other countries, funding political parties, funding, political candidates, buying off, government officials in different places. So part of the reason he worked so hard against me is because he didn't think that he wanted me in the White House. So we are where we are, and part of the challenge is to continue to explain to the American public that, the kind of leader Putin is, this authoritarian dictator who literally kills his opposition, kills journalists, poisons people who disagree with him, invades other country, interferes with our election. That is part of the alternative we have to reject in this election. We have to reject authoritarianism. We have to reject a kind of creeping fascism almost of people who are really ready to turn over their thinking, their votes to wannabe dictators. And we can't allow that to proceed.
That was Hillary a few weeks ago. 4 months after Durham's taxpayer-funded investigation not only debunked Russiagate, but also provided evidence the entire lie was hatched by Clinton's team. Clinton understands what her predecessor in propaganda, Hermann Goebbels, understood long ago. Goebbels, the Nazi Reich Minister of Propaganda, reportedly said, "Accuse the other side of that which you are guilty." This is a talent which Hillary Rodham Clinton has clearly mastered. At least one good thing came out of Clinton's hypocritical diatribe, my new favorite nickname for her, Creeping Fascist Clinton. Any other gems from this interview with hard-hitting MSNBC investigative journalist Jen Psaki?
You know, the thing about Trump, and I'm not the only person who's noticed this, is he engages in what psychologists call projection. So whenever he accuses somebody else of doing something, it's almost guaranteed he's doing it himself or he's already done it. Or whenever he denies thinking about doing something or doing it, it's almost guaranteed he is thinking about it or he's already done it.
Well, you know, self-awareness has never been her strong suit. So back to the 2016 election. While the media was promoting the Russiagate hoax and sweeping Pizzagate under the rug, another election scandal was suppressed from the public: Spygate. The Obama Spygate scandal alleged that the Obama administration had spied on Trump's 2016 presidential campaign for political purposes. Here is podcaster Patrick Bet-David discussing Spygate with investigative journalist Glenn Greenwald. Greenwald is the reporter who in 2013 worked with NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden to break the story of global intelligence surveillance programs.
You'll see an article about USA Today in 2017, way before New York Times did it. The article for USA Today says, was Obama administration illegal spying worse than Watergate? Okay, so this is 2017, May 30th. From your investigation into stuff like this, I mean, this is right up your alley. What was the biggest difference between what Nixon did versus what Obama did?
They're not comparable in the sense that and it's such an example of the extent to which we're talking about what establishment power centers are doing to Trump. What the media has been willing to do in the name of stopping Trump is the thing that sickens and offends me the most, maybe because it's a profession I thought I was joining and, really still do believe in the virtues of it when it's done correctly. But the idea that the Obama administration was first spying on the Trump campaign and people associated with him, and then secondly, abusing the powers of the FBI and the Justice Department in order to help Hillary Clinton win was widely mocked and vilified by almost the entire media as some sort of obvious lie and conspiracy. It turns out all you have to do is look at the facts. The FBI got caught spying on Carter Page, who was a foreign policy advisor to the Trump campaign in 2016. And they didn't just get caught spying on him. In order to spy on him, they went to the FISA court and they filled out affidavits filled with lies to justify the spying, to the point where the FBI lawyer who did it pled guilty to crimes because lying to the FISA court is a crime. That alone, the fact that the FBI under Obama got caught spying on an American citizen who was an advisor to the Trump campaign based on lies that the FBI told to justify that spying, ought to have been one of the biggest political scandals in our nation's history. But then you add on to that the fact that we absolutely now know that the entire Russiagate scandal, obviously using scare quotes for it, we just got a report from the Durham report that lays it out in 350 pages. They never had anywhere near a sufficient predicate even to open that investigation. The investigation that dominated our politics from the mid-2016 when Hillary Clinton first did a McCarthyite nefarious campaign ad, what is this secret dark relationship between Trump and Moscow, all the way through 2018 when the Mueller investigation closed while arresting and convicting not a single American on the core crime of colluding with the Russians, and explicitly saying there's no evidence to support the conspiracy theory that the media pushed as the top political story for 3 years. There was never any legal predicate for the FBI even to open that investigation, said one of the most respected prosecutors, federal prosecutors in the country. again, this is what I was saying earlier with their ability to just minimize and dismiss stories away. Of course, that's bigger than Watergate. Watergate was a low-level break-in of the Democratic Party headquarters that produced very little of value. We're talking here about the abuse at the highest levels of the FBI with agents who are saying in text to one another, we have to do everything to stop Donald Trump, and then having those exact same agents open an investigation for which there was never any legal basis. And it wasn't just an investigation that went nowhere. It dominated our politics for 3 years. Russiagate was the #1 story used to sabotage first the Trump campaign and then the Trump presidency. That came from the U.S. security state that saw Donald Trump as an enemy and decided to abuse its core powers in order to sabotage a candidate that they overtly disliked. Why is that not a scandal of the highest proportions?
Why isn't it?
Because we have a media. The media, first of all, was an active participant in it. Yep. The way that it happened was the CIA and the FBI every day would call the New York Times and the Washington Post and feed them the leaks, the anonymous evidence-free leaks that became the foundational assertions of Russiagate. So the media participated. They gave themselves Pulitzers for it. There are New York Times and Washington Post reporters with shelves like these with Pulitzers sitting on them for a story that turned out to be a complete fraud. It came from the bowels of the U.S. security state. And so the media, it's the same thing as right before the 2020 election, the entire media united to say that the documents from which the reporting was done based on the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation. Everyone in the world knows now that this is a lie. Every media outlet with Biden safely elected was able to verify the authenticity of those documents. There's no question about the provenance of those documents. Those came from Hunter Biden's laptop. Russia had nothing to do with it. And not a single media outlet, not one, that spread those lies, this is Russian disinformation, over and over in the days and weeks before people went to vote, went back and retracted it, apologized for it, let alone acknowledge the scope of that scandal. So how can the media, active participants in the Russiagate fraud, possibly do anything other than try and bury and obscure the fact that this happened? It's like asking bank robbers who planned the bank robbery and then went and implement it to expose it to the world and talk about how threatening it was. Of course they're not going to do that. They're doing the opposite. And that, to me, is the most dangerous aspect of this, is in the minds of American elites, including the ones who work at the largest media corporations, in their minds, and they really do believe this, the fact that Donald Trump to them is a Hitler-like figure who is an existential threat to all things decent in American democracy means that everything and anything they do is justifiable morally, including lying, including censoring, including abandoning the journalistic cause. That's an explicit mindset that they have.
I want to stay on this, but I want to say what Rachel Maddow said about you. This is what Rachel Maddow from MSNBC said about you.
Quite a while ago.
Hang on a second. Describing you during your salon tenure. The American left's most fearless political commentator. Again, for somebody watching this, they're going to say, well, this guy's a pro-Trump guy. He's a Republican. He's a conservative. He's probably hardcore this. Again, let me say this, folks. Rachel Maddow, if you know who she is, MSNBC. The American left's most fearless political commentator.
In hindsight, the Democrat establishment certainly did a lot of hemming and hawing about a Russia collusion theory that turned out to be a coordinated hoax developed by the Clinton campaign team. Yet have any of them expressed remorse or culpability for incorrectly questioning the legitimacy of Trump's presidency in the 2016 election? And when the tables were turned following the 2020 election, how did those same Democrats respond to Republican leaders and citizens who questioned the legitimacy of that election, as is their constitutional right? Re-examining the 2020 presidential election. The 2020 election was a unique experience in American history as it took place during the COVID-19 lockdowns. The lockdowns led to the mass use of vote-by-mail ballots for the first time ever in a presidential election, a change which many concerned citizens worried could impact its integrity. That in particular, Democrat-led states could exploit the pandemic to change long-standing election practices to ensure Biden won over Trump. When November 3rd, 2020 rolled around, there were, as expected, quite a few anomalies with the election process. Many of these anomalies were concentrated in the 5 states that flipped from Trump in 2016 to Biden in 2020: Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Arizona. Yet when Republicans voiced their concerns about these discrepancies, they were not granted airtime on mainstream media platforms to decry the election as illegitimate, as did many Democratic leaders who questioned the results of 2016. Instead, they were censored, vilified, and dismissed as racist QAnon conspiracy theorists. That sentiment is still reflected by the captured propaganda site Wikipedia. Wikipedia's page on the 2020 United States presidential election reads, quote, "Before, during, and after Election Day, Trump and numerous other Republicans engaged in an aggressive and unprecedented attempt to subvert the election and overturn the results, falsely alleging widespread voter fraud and trying to influence the vote counting process in swing states in what was described by many as an attempted coup d'etat. Attorney General William Barr and officials in each of the 50 states found no evidence of widespread fraud or irregularities in the election. Federal agencies overseeing election security said it was the most secure in American history. The Trump campaign and its allies, including Republican members of Congress, continued to engage in numerous attempts to overturn the results of the election by filing numerous lawsuits in several states, most of which were withdrawn or dismissed, spreading conspiracy theories alleging fraud, pressuring Republican state election officials, including notably Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, in a phone call that later became widely publicized, and legislators to change results, pressuring the Department of Justice to declare the election corrupt and intervene, objecting to the Electoral College certification in Congress, and refusing to cooperate with the presidential transition of Joe Biden. With Trump vowing that he would never concede the election, and after exhorting his followers to fight like hell, a mob of Trump supporters attacked the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021, during the joint session of Congress held to certify the Electoral College count. On January 7th, Trump acknowledged the incoming administration without mentioning Biden's name. Biden and Harris were inaugurated on January 20th, 2021. Trump was indicted on August 1st, 2023, on 4 counts relating to conspiring to overturn the results. End quote. Those August indictments against Trump for questioning the election results extended to 19 co-defendants. This coincidentally includes Sidney Powell, whose commentary on the Anthony Weiner laptop I played earlier. I wonder, when will the indictments come against those Democrats who conspired to overturn the 2016 election results, including Hillary Clinton, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Jimmy Carter, Hakeem Jeffries, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Jerry Nadler, Nancy Pelosi, Karine Jean-Pierre, and posthumously John Lewis and Dianne Feinstein? These indictments against the Trump legal team send a clear message. Question the political establishment and you risk incarceration or worse. Because nothing says our elections are free and fair like weaponizing the Department of Justice against your top political rival. By the way, what were some of these anomalies raised by the January 6th protesters and other concerned citizens? Well, contrary to mainstream media claims, many cases filed by Republicans and or private plaintiffs in courts around the country were not lost. In most cases, the courts refused to even hear the evidence, or the cases were dismissed because of lack of standing. No court had all the evidence because new data arose daily. Sudden and sharp vote dumps for Biden in battleground states were systematically larger than other vote dumps that came into other states, making them especially crucial for swaying election outcomes in the respective states. No sitting president in 132 years has ever gained votes between his first and second race and lost re-election. Trump went from 61.2 million in 2016 to 73.6 million in 2020. Trump's voters in 2020 included the highest percentage of non-white voters for any Republican candidate in 60 years, making significant gains among African American, Latino, Jewish, and Muslim voters. Despite Biden allegedly receiving 15 million more votes than Obama did in his 2012 re-election, the Democrats lost 13 House seats. Biden underperformed Hillary Clinton's 2016 vote in every major metro area, yet somehow outperformed her in the major swing cities of Milwaukee, Detroit, Atlanta, and Philadelphia. Biden also allegedly won despite having received a record low share of the Democrat primary vote, while Trump set a record for primary votes as an incumbent, 18 million primary votes, doubling the previous record set by Bill Clinton. Trump is one of only 5 incumbents to win more than 90% of the primary votes since 1912. No incumbent has received at least 75% of the primary vote total has ever, until 2020, lost re-election. In Pennsylvania, only 19% of the vote additions favored Trump from November 4th through November 7th. Moreover, the integral of all vote update differences in this time range results in 578,014 votes for Biden and only 3,290 for Trump. McCandless Precinct in Allegheny County, Pennsylvania, had a ratio of 86 Democratic votes to every 14 Republican votes in 2020, but in 2016, the same county had 47 Democrat votes for every 53 Republican votes, an obvious, severe departure from statistical norms. In Arizona, 22,093 mail-in ballots were received the day before they were mailed. In Arizona, 33,400 illegal immigrants were estimated to have voted. In Georgia, after the recount, the original numbers were used to certify the results, even though the recount had differing results. Thousands of citizens filed affidavits under oath under penalty of perjury asserting irregularities and illegal activities in voting places. A Georgia polling manager testified that stacks of hundreds of mail-in ballots that were tallied were on perfectly flat, pristine paper that had never been folded. If a ballot is really mailed, it has to be folded in two places to fit in the envelope. Georgia's Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, without legislative approval, unilaterally abrogated Georgia's status governing the signature verification process for absentee ballots. A sworn affidavit from mathematical analysis of the publicly available vote update data showed that, quote, the repetition of the many different ratios transferring simultaneously across many different precincts located many miles away from each other strongly demonstrates a clear, intentional, deliberate manipulation of the votes completed via software. In Arizona, 2,000 voters were registered to a vacant lot. In the Antrim, Michigan forensic report of the audit of Dominion voting system tabulator machine software, it was found that someone had attempted to zero out all the election results at 13:53:09 on November 21st. This is a clear and unchallenged example of direct tampering with evidence. Arizona election law states that procedures shall allow party observers to effectively observe the election process. But many Republicans were escorted from the building by election officials when they protested the illegal situation of not being allowed to effectively observe the process. Lastly, the same party that claimed the 2016 election was stolen by Russia and warned us of election fraud by use of electronic voting machines, in 2020 says the integrity of the election was unsurpassed and that it's impossible to steal an election. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Then, on January 6th, 2021, all hell broke loose during a gathering of Americans to protest the official results of the 2020 election. Again, the story we were sold does not seem to match reality. Here's what CIA Megaphone Wikipedia says about that day. Quote, on January 6th, 2021, following the defeat of U.S. President Donald Trump in the 2020 presidential election, a crowd of his supporters attacked the United States Capitol building in Washington, D.C. The crowd sought to keep Trump in power by preventing a joint session of Congress from counting the Electoral College votes to formalize the victory of President-elect Joe Biden. According to the House Select Committee that investigated the incident, the attack was the culmination of a 7-part plan by Trump to overturn the election. 5 people died either shortly before, during, or following the event. 1 was shot by Capitol Police, another died of a drug overdose, and 3 died of natural causes, including a police officer. Many people were injured, including 138 police officers. 4 officers who responded to the attack died by suicide within 7 months. As of July 7th, 2022, monetary damages caused by attackers exceed $2.7 million. Called to action by Trump, thousands of his supporters gathered in Washington, D.C. on January 5th and 6th to support his false claim that the 2020 election had been stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats and to demand that Vice President Mike Pence and Congress reject Biden's victory. Starting at noon on January 6th at a Save America rally on the Ellipse, Trump gave a speech in which he repeated false claims of election irregularities, and though he encouraged his supporters to march to the Capitol to peacefully make their voices heard, he said, if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. During and after his speech, thousands of attendees, some armed, walked to the Capitol, and hundreds breached police perimeters as Congress was beginning the electoral vote count. In the days and weeks prior to January 6th, the leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, 2 militia groups, conspired to use violence to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power. On January 6th, Proud Boys led the tip of the spear that first breached the Capitol, while a formation of Oath Keepers later breached the Rotunda. More than 2,000 rioters ultimately entered the building, many of whom vandalized and looted parts of it, including the offices of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Democrat from California, and other members of Congress. Rioters also assaulted Capitol police officers and reporters and attempted to locate lawmakers to capture and harm. A gallows was erected west of the Capitol, and some rioters chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," after he rejected false claims by Trump and others that the vice president could overturn the election results. With building security breached, Capitol Police evacuated and locked down both chambers of Congress and several buildings in the Capitol complex. Rioters occupied the empty Senate chamber, while federal law enforcement officers defended the evacuated House floor. Pipe bombs were found on both the Democrat National Committee and Republican National Committee headquarters, and Molotov cocktails were discovered in a vehicle near the Capitol. Trump resisted sending the National Guard to quell the mob. Later that afternoon, in a Twitter video, he reasserted that the election was fraudulent and told his supporters to go home in peace. The Capitol was clear of rioters by mid-evening, and the counting of the electoral votes resumed and was completed in the early morning hours of January 7th. Pence declared President-elect Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris victorious. Pressured by his cabinet, the threat of removal, and many resignations, Trump later committed to an orderly transition of power in a televised statement. End quote. As I said earlier, I voted for Clinton in 2016 and Biden in 2020. While I would not make the same decision in either election today, I still maintain my questions and concerns about Donald Trump. On January 6th, 2021, I trusted the mainstream media's depiction of events. My clear bias was orange man bad, as I'd bought into the left's narrative about Trump for the past 5.5 years. I thought Twitter made the tough but correct decision in censoring the sitting U.S. president, as these were the steps required to stop those QAnon conspiracy theorists from overthrowing our democracy. Then, like many others, I quickly realized the dangerous precedent this set for free speech. And as the alternative media's voice got louder over the ensuing months, exposing unfathomable depths of corruption, I was forced to reconsider everything I thought I knew about our government. As I've re-examined the events of that day, I'm less concerned about the actions of QAnon shaman Jacob Chansley than I once was. However, there are many individuals whose actions I find very concerning that day. I have questions about the actions of Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, Democrat, and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Republican. I have questions for the respective reports House Sergeant-at-Arms Paul Irving and Senate Sergeant-at-Arms Mike Stenger. I have questions for Secretary of Defense Christopher Miller, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Mark Milley, Lieutenant General Walter Piott, Head of Intelligence for the Capitol Police Yogananda Pittman, and Head of the FBI's D.C. Field Office Steve D'Antuono. I have questions for Ray Epps and the various undercover intelligence assets in the crowd that day. As I re-examine the 2020 election, I recognize that who I voted for that day does not matter, except insofar as my vote is counted proportionate to the population of my jurisdictions, and insofar as I exercise my First Amendment rights to persuade my fellow citizens of my preferred candidates. What fundamentally matters is that we have free and fair elections. If we Americans are to defend and uphold democracy, we cannot accept anything other than elections with integrity. We must come together and recognize that the peaceful transition of power pursuant to a free and fair election is far more important than whether or not our preferred candidate wins, especially when he or she does not. We have to come together as Americans and recognize that election integrity and voter fraud are very serious, very real issues. This is a good thing. It means that we will have 333 million sets of eyeballs on the 2024 election, ensuring that we finish that election with the outcome the voters decided. So as we refocus attention on election integrity, here are some of the tough questions we should be asking. Are electronic voting systems fundamentally vulnerable to voter fraud? Are mail-in ballots fundamentally vulnerable to voter fraud? How has the consolidation of politics into a centralized two-party system controlled by the respective Democratic and Republican national committees facilitated government corruption? How have the DNC and RNC manipulated election processes, rules, and debates to ensure establishment candidates win primary and general elections? How has the DNC rigged the superdelegate system to prevent populist candidates from succeeding in primary campaigns? Who owns and controls Dominion Voting Systems and its predecessor companies, including Diebold, ES&S, and Premier Election Solutions? How has the cabal distorted America's criminal justice system to disproportionately benefit their interests? How have the elites actively manipulated the American legal code, starting with Alexander Hamilton in the U.S. Constitution, to facilitate their corruption? How does this relate to their support of a central bank, or what we today call the Federal Reserve System? Regarding mail-in ballots, what concerns have been raised regarding unsolicited mail-in ballots, signature verification processes, ballot harvesting/muling, unsealed ballots, and drop box integrity? Regarding electronic voting systems, what concerns have been raised regarding hackability, internet accessibility, and formulaic anomalies in Dominion software? Why was witness testimony in voter fraud litigation dismissed by courts following the 2020 election before evidence was presented to those courts? What connection is there between the courts that dismissed those claims and the campaign finance ties to George Soros and Karl Rove of elected officials in those jurisdictions, specifically as it relates to the election of attorney generals, district attorneys, criminal courts of appeals, secretaries of state, mayors, and governors? What role did Mark Zuckerberg, his Center for Tech and Civic Life, and their private-public partnership with the Democrat Party have in influencing the election's administration? What concerns have been raised by poll workers, including overly burdensome social distancing requirements? How can we ensure future pandemics/crises do not facilitate new forms of election corruption? How can we ensure the ballot error adjudication process has transparency, oversight, and audit trails? How have adjudication logs and security footage gone missing in core contested jurisdictions? And why did certain polling stations pause vote counting during the early morning of November 4th? As we re-examine the history of elections in America, we may be forced to recognize that free and fair elections in this country have always been a myth. That organized crime and coordinated shenanigans have played a role in campaigns throughout American history to one extent or another. But that doesn't mean that free and fair elections are an ideal we should stop striving for. On the contrary, we should double down on our unequivocal commitment to them. The country is a tinderbox right now, and the 2024 election is arguably the most important we've ever had. That's why we have to come together as a country rather than playing into the cabal strategy of divide and conquer. Democrats, Republicans, independents, and apathetics, we need to recognize that free and fair elections followed by peaceful transitions of power are the cornerstone of true representative democracy. If we don't protect that fundamental right, we will lose it. We can achieve this ideal, the ideal of elections with integrity, and help to ensure the maintenance of democracy for generations to come. Who is the military-industrial complex? How did we get here? How did the United States of America, this noble experiment in self-governance, become so corrupted? Who is this shadowy deep state organization, and how have they controlled the military-industrial complex to force us onto a one-way train towards dystopia? The Illuminati death cult sits atop the deep state's compartmentalized hierarchy. Recognizing the principles of numerology, particularly the power of the number 3, the Illuminati allegedly governs in ascending councils of power, with the leader crowned King of the Universe and God upon this earth. This is followed by a Council of 5, invoking the power of the inverted pentagram, the Council of 13, the Council of 33, and the Committee of 300. As I mentioned earlier, Jacob Rothschild is suspected by many of sitting atop the Illuminati power structure today. 250 years ago, Jacob's great-great-great-great-grandfather, Meyer Amschel Rothschild, founded the Bavarian Illuminati along with Adam Weishaupt and Jacob Frank. This cabal set out to consolidate the material world into one of one-world government, permanent police state, subjugation, and depopulation of the masses. They further sought to invert the spiritual world, perverting our divine human spirit towards depravity, evil, and violence. I'll now summarize the 25 points outlined by M.A. Rothschild at the formation of the World Revolutionary Movement, which we today refer to as the New World Order. The below is paraphrased from William Guy Carr's book, Pawns in the Game. Number 1, evil, violence, and terrorism. Rothschild unfolded the plot by saying that because the majority of men were inclined to evil rather than to good, the best results in governing them could be obtained by using violence and terrorism and not by academic discussions. The speaker reasoned that in the beginning, human society had been subject to brutal and blind force, which was afterwards changed to law. He argued that law was force only in disguise. He reasoned it was logical to conclude that by the laws of nature, right lies in force. Number 2, authoritarianism. M.A. Rothschild next asserted that political freedom is an idea and not a fact. He stated that in order to usurp political power, all that was necessary was to preach liberalism so that the electorate, for the sake of an idea, would yield some of their power and prerogatives which the plotters could then gather together in their own hands. Number 3, the power of gold. Rothschild asserted that the power of gold had surpassed the power of liberal rulers. He reminded his audience that there had been a time when faith had ruled, but stated that once freedom had been substituted for faith, the people did not know how to use it in moderation. He argued that because of this fact, it was logical to assume that they could use the idea of freedom to bring about class wars. He pointed out that it was immaterial to the success of his plan whether the established governments were destroyed by internal or external foes, because the victor had of necessity to seek the aid of capital, which according to Rothschild was entirely in our hands. Number 4, immorality. He argued that the use of any and all means to reach their final goal was justified on the grounds that the ruler who governed by the moral code was not a skilled politician because he left himself vulnerable and in an unstable position on the throne. He said those who wish to rule must have recourse to cunning and to make-believe because great national qualities like frankness and honesty are vices in politics. Number 5, force. He asserted our right lies in force. The word right is an abstract thought and proves nothing. I find a new right, to attack by the right of the strong, and to scatter to the winds all existing forces of order and regulation, to reconstruct all existing institutions, and to become the sovereign lord of all those who left to us the rights to their powers by laying them down voluntarily in their liberalism. Number 6, secrecy. Rothschild then stated, the power of our resources must remain invisible until the very moment when it has gained such strength that no cunning or force can undermine it. He warned them that any deviation from the line of the strategical plan he was making known to them would risk bringing to naught the labor of centuries. Number 7, mob psychology. He next advocated the use of mob psychology to obtain control of the masses. He reasoned that the might of the mob is blind, senseless, and unreasoning, and ever at the mercy of suggestion from any side. He stated only a despotic ruler can rule the mob efficiently because without absolute despotism there can be no existence for civilization, which was carried out not by the masses, but by their guide, whoever that person might be. He warned that the moment the mob seizes freedom in its hands, it quickly turns to anarchy. Number 8, vice. Rothschild next advocated that the use of alcoholic liquors, drugs, moral corruption, and all forms of vice be used systematically by their agenters to corrupt the morals of the youths of the nation. He recommended that special agenters should be trained as tutors, lackeys, governesses, clerks, and by their women in places of indulgence frequented by the masses. He added, in the number of these last, I count also the so-called society ladies who become voluntary followers of the others in corruption and luxury. We must not stop at bribery, deceit, and treachery when they should serve towards the attainment of our end. Number 9, seizure of property. Turning to politics, he claimed they had the right to seize property by any means and without hesitation, if by doing so they secured submission and sovereignty. He pronounced, our state marching along the path of peaceful conquest has the right to replace the horrors of wars by less noticeable and more satisfactory sentences of death necessary to maintain the terror which tends to produce blind submission. Number 10, hollow slogans. Rothschild said, in ancient times, we were the first to put the words liberty, equality, and fraternity into the mouths of the masses. Words repeated to this day by stupid poll parrots, words which the would-be wise men of the masses could make nothing of in their abstractness and did not note the contradiction of their meaning and interrelation. He claimed the words brought under their direction and control legions who bore our banners with enthusiasm. He reasoned that there is no place in nature for equality, liberty, or fraternity. He said, on the ruins of the natural and genealogical aristocracy of the goyim, or human cattle, we have set up the aristocracy of money. The qualification for this aristocracy is wealth which is dependent on us. Number 11, war. Rothschild said it should be the policy of those present to foment wars but to direct the peace conferences so that neither of the combatants obtained territorial gains. He said that war should be directed so that the nations engaged on both sides would be placed further in their debt and in the power of their agenters. Number 12, corruption of politics. He next dealt with administration. He told those present that they must use their wealth to have candidates chosen for public office who would be servile and obedient to our commands, so they may readily be used as pawns in our game by the learned, ingenious men we will appoint to operate behind the scenes of government as official advisors. He added, the men we appoint as advisors will have been bred, reared, and trained from childhood in accordance with our rules to rule the affairs of the whole world. Number 13, propaganda and control of the media. M.A. Rothschild explained how their combined wealth could control all outlets of public information while they remained in the shade and clear of blame, regardless of what the repercussions might be due to the publication of libels, slanders, or untruths. The speaker said, thanks to the press, we have got gold in our hands, notwithstanding the fact that we had to gather it out of the oceans of blood and tears. But it has paid us even though we have sacrificed many of our own people. Each victim on our side is worth 1,000 of the masses. Number 14, agent provocateurs. He next explained the necessity of having their agenteur always come out into the open and appear on the scene when conditions had reached their lowest ebb and the masses had been subjected by means of want and terror. He pointed out that when it was time to restore order, they should do it in such a way that the victims would believe they had been the prey of criminals and irresponsibles. He said, by executing the criminals and lunatics after they have carried out our preconceived reign of terror, we can make ourselves appear as the saviors of the oppressed and the champions of the workers. The speaker then added, we are interested in just the opposite, in the diminution, the killing out of the masses. Number 15, industrial depressions and financial panics. Rothschild went on to explain how industrial depressions and financial panics could be brought about and used to serve their purpose, saying, enforced unemployment and hunger, imposed on the masses because of the power we have to create shortages of food, will create the right of capital to rule more surely than it was given to the real aristocracy and by the legal authority of kings. He claimed that by having their agenteur control the mob could then be used to wipe out all who dared to stand in their way. Number 16, infiltration of Freemasonry. The infiltration into continental Freemasonry was next discussed extensively. The speaker stated that their purpose would be to take advantage of the facilities and secrecy Freemasonry had to offer. He pointed out that they could organize their own Grand Orient lodges within Blue Masonry in order to carry on their subversive activities and hide the true nature of their work under the cloak of philanthropy. He stated that all members initiated into their Grand Orient lodges should be used for proselytizing purposes and for spreading their atheistic, materialistic ideology amongst the masses. Number 17, systematic deception. He next expounded the value of systematic deceptions, pointing out that their agenteur should be trained in the use of high-sounding phrases and the use of popular slogans. They should make the masses the most lavish of promises. He observed, the opposite of what has been promised can always be done afterwards. That is of no consequence. He reasoned that by using such words as freedom and liberty, the masses could be stirred up to such a pitch of patriotic fervor that they could be made to fight even against the laws of God and nature. He added, and for this reason, after we obtain control, the very name of God will be erased from the lexicon of life. Number 18, Revolutionary War and Reigns of Terror. Rothschild then outlined plans for Revolutionary War, the art of street fighting, and outlined the pattern for the Reign of Terror, which he insisted must accompany every revolutionary effort because it is the most economical way to bring the population to speedy subjection. Number 19, secret diplomacy. After all wars, secret diplomacy must be insisted upon in order that our agenteurs masquerading as political, financial, and economic advisors can carry out our mandates without fears of exposing who are the secret power behind national and international affairs. The speaker then told those present that by secret diplomacy they must obtain such control that all nations cannot come to even an inconsiderable private agreement without our secret agents having a hand in it. Number 20, one world government and monopoly of finance. Ultimate world government is the goal. To reach this goal, M.A. Rothschild told them it will be necessary to establish huge monopolies, reservoirs of such colossal riches that even the largest fortunes of the masses will depend on us to such an extent that they will go to the bottom together with the credit of their governments on the day after the great political smash. Number 21, economic war. Plans to rob the masses of their landed properties and industries were then discussed. A combination of high taxes and unfair competition was advocated to bring about the economic ruin of the masses as far as their national financial interests and investments were concerned. In the international field, he felt they could be encouraged to price themselves out of the markets. This could be achieved by the careful control of raw materials, organized agitation amongst the workers for shorter hours and higher pay, and by subsidizing competitors. The speaker warned his co-conspirators that they must arrange matters and control conditions so that the increased wages obtained by the workers will not benefit them in any way. Number 22, armaments. It was suggested that the building up of armaments for the purpose of making the masses destroy each other should be launched on such a colossal scale that in the final analysis, there will only be the masses of the proletariat left in the world, with a few millionaires dedicated to our cause, and police and soldiers sufficient to protect our interests. Number 23, elite ruling class. The members of the one world government would be appointed by the dictator as part of the New World Order. He would pick men from amongst the scientists, the economics, the financiers, the industrialists, and from the millionaires because, in substance, everything will be settled by the question of figures. Number 24, corruption of youth. The importance of capturing the interests of youth were emphasized with the admonition that our agenteurs should infiltrate into all classes and levels of society and government for the purposes of fooling, bemusing, and corrupting the younger members of society by teaching them theories and principles we know to be false. And number 25, corruption of the judiciary. National and international laws should not be changed, but should be used as they are to destroy the civilization of the masses merely by twisting them into a contradiction of the interpretation which first masks the law and afterwards hides it altogether. Our ultimate aim is to substitute arbitration for law. Over the subsequent centuries, the Illuminati have consolidated global industries, both legal and illegal, to form the giant monopolies proposed. They have fomented all major geopolitical wars and internal revolutions, making sure to profit off of munitions manufacturing, money laundering, human trafficking, drug smuggling, and war bonds in the process. M.A. Rothschild's 5 sons established control of Europe's financial centers. Through the subsequent expansion of central banks and international lending organizations like the IMF and World Bank, the cabal forced the world onto a debt-based fiat money system. In our modern economy, wealth and prosperity is continuously and increasingly drained from the people by the Rothschilds and the other families in their banking cartel. Their most powerful tools for doing so are interest, taxation, and inflation. Although the single most important cabal-controlled financial institution is the Federal Reserve System, which is neither owned by the federal government nor does it carry reserves to back its paper. While underlying ownership data is difficult to obtain due to obfuscation, it's believed that about 80% of the New York Federal Reserve, by far the most important of the 12 regional banks, is owned by just 8 families. The Goldman Sachs, Rockefellers, Lehmans, and Kuhn Loebs in the US, and the Rothschilds, Warburgs, Lazards, and Israel Mosesifs in Europe. The Illuminati quickly grew power in the United States through agents like Alexander Hamilton, Nicholas Biddle, J.P. Morgan, and John D. Rockefeller. As the Industrial Revolution unfolded, the Old World banking powers of Europe merged with the New World industrial powers of America, financing giant monopolies across industries including oil and gas, steel, railroads, shipping, pharmaceuticals, aerospace, and defense. Family names associated with these organizations include Astor, Harriman, Brown, Rockefeller, DuPont, Baruch, and Morgan. Meanwhile, the cabal created invitation-only societies and think tanks, including the Round Table, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, the Club of Rome, the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group, and the World Economic Forum. These societies all secretly fed into the Illuminati's compartmentalized structure, and from these organizations, political leaders and administrators have been hand-selected for governments around the world. This cabal of elites have always leveraged the tools of blackmail, propaganda, surveillance, and covert operations to remain hidden in the shadows. Intelligence and military agencies on both sides of the pond were controlled by the cabal in World War I. For example, Paul Warburg served as part of the U.S.'s War Industries Board triumvirate, while his brother Max Warburg headed the German Secret Service. Then, as discussed earlier regarding Operation Paperclip and Overcast, America's OSS and Germany's Nazi SS effectively merged at the end of World War II, thanks to the conspiring of Allen Dulles, Reinhard Gehlen, Theodore Shackley, and Henry Kissinger. From this nexus of evil sprouted all of our modern intelligence agencies, the CIA, MI5, Mossad, KGB, etc. Unbeknownst to the vast majority of the operatives within these agencies, instead of working in defense of their respective countries, they are all actually controlled by the same criminal cabal. After the 1947 National Security Act passed, creating the CIA, this cabal expanded their powers deep within the military's compartmentalized web of unacknowledged special access programs, or USAPs. The NSA Act of 1947 and these USAPs have provided legal authority for censorship of the cabal's crimes due to reasons of national security and infinite funding for committing crimes in the shadows. Over the past century, our intelligence apparatus effectively merged with the interests of organized crime and, by extension, the occult. Family names affiliated with the corrupt capture of politics by intelligence and organized crime include Warburg, Dulles, Kissinger, Shackley, Lansky, Rosenstiel, Hoover, Riotti, Maxwell, Epstein, Wexner, Crown, Pritzker, Casey, Bronfman, Mellon, Bush, Clinton, Cheney, Obama, and Romney. It was during the Eisenhower presidency of the 1950s when these infiltrators within our government took control, operating completely without oversight and outside of the chain of command. This caused Eisenhower to issue the following warning on his way out of the White House.
Our military organization today bears little relation to that known of any of my predecessors in peacetime, or indeed by the fighting men of World War II or Korea. Until the latest of our world conflicts, the United States had no armaments industry. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. We annually spend on military security alone more than the net income of all United States corporations. Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together.
The disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. Eisenhower wasn't speaking in hypotheticals. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshings of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals. His successor was more overt in his warnings about this cabal.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. We decided long ago that the dangers of excessive and unwarranted concealment of pertinent facts far outweighed the dangers which are cited to justify it. Even today, there is little value in opposing the threat of a closed society by imitating its arbitrary restrictions. Even today, there is little value in ensuring the survival of our nation if our traditions do not survive with it. And there is very grave danger that an announced need for increased security will be seized upon by those anxious to expand its meaning to the very limits of official censorship and concealment. That I do not intend to permit to the extent that it's in my control. And no official of my administration, whether his rank is high or low, civilian or military, should interpret my words here tonight as an excuse to censor the news, to stifle dissent, to cover up our mistakes, or to withhold from the press and the public the facts they deserve to know. But I do ask But I do ask every publisher, every editor, and every newsman in the nation to re-examine his own standards and to recognize the nature of our country's peril. In time of war, the government and the press have customarily joined in an effort based largely on self-discipline to prevent unauthorized disclosures to the enemy. In times of clear and present danger, the courts have held that even the privileged rights of the First Amendment must yield to the public's need for national security. Today, no war has been declared, and however fierce the struggle may be, it may never be declared in the traditional fashion. Our way of life is under attack. Those who make themselves our enemy are advancing around the globe. The survival of our friends is in danger, and yet no war has been declared. No borders have been crossed by marching troops. No missiles have been fired. If the press is awaiting a declaration of war before it imposes the self-discipline of combat conditions, then I can only say that no war ever posed a greater threat to our security. If you are awaiting a finding of clear and present danger, then I can only say that the danger has never been more clear, and its presence has never been more imminent. It requires a change in outlook, a change in tactics, a change in missions by the government, by the people, by every businessman or labor leader, and by every newspaper. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. It conducts the Cold War, in short, with a wartime discipline no democracy would ever hope or wish to match.
As fondly as we remember JFK now, it's important to remember that his 1960 presidential election also involved election fraud. Dead voters played a critical role in stealing Illinois for Kennedy, a theft which was orchestrated by Mayor Richard Daley and his Chicago political machine. According to one report, more than 3,000 votes were cast in the names of individuals who were dead, and more than 31,000 individuals voted twice in different locations in the city. President Kennedy's victory margin in Illinois was less than 9,000 votes. The cabal assumed Kennedy would continue to play ball with their agenda, as so many shadow governors have before and after. The Kennedy family had ties to organized crime from their bootlegging days, and so Kennedy was assumed to be a company man. But JFK didn't play ball. Shortly after his election, Kennedy refused to allow Allen Dulles and the CIA to deploy U.S. military troops in Cuba as part of the Bay of Pigs invasion. In October 1962, human civilization as we know it almost ended as a result of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Many suspect that the evening of October 27, 1962, led to a spiritual awakening in Kennedy, to recognize that nuclear war was not inevitable, that perhaps the future of humanity has not been predetermined, that we have much more to offer our planet and our cosmos than death, destruction, and thousands of years of radioactivity. After the Cuban Missile Crisis, Kennedy began working in secret with USSR Premier Khrushchev through Pope John XXIII on a plan for nuclear disarmament. He spoke to American University on June 10, 1963, with his famous peace speech, one of the most important speeches in American history. Unfortunately, this speech landed him in the crosshairs of the cabal. They were infuriated he would dare challenge the military intelligence industrial complex and look to make good on his threat to splinter the CIA in 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. When JFK fought back against the national security state, the cabal decided to take him out. On Substack, I've included a flowchart prepared by Daniel Sheehan, who investigated Kennedy's assassination. The chart outlines the individuals and organizations likely involved in Kennedy's assassination. Now, I would never want to come off as a conspiracy theorist, but I have noticed how, coincidentally, Allen Dulles' name appears at major geopolitical events during the 20th century. Who was present at the Treaty of Versailles negotiations that ended World War I? Allen Dulles and his depraved brother John Foster Dulles. Who drafted the disastrous reparations provisions against Germany, effectively guaranteeing a Second World War would break out? Allen and John Foster Dulles. Who negotiated loans to Germany on behalf of his clients in the 1930s? Allen Dulles. Who authorized Adolf Hitler to become Chancellor of Germany on January 3, 1933, so long as he agreed to repay the loans owned by Germany? Allen and John Foster Dulles. Who, at the end of World War II, was instrumental in commuting sentences of Nazi leadership, helping them ascertain new identities and providing them with safe transport out of Germany? Allen Dulles. Who was the first civilian director of the CIA from 1953 to 1961? Allen Dulles. When Dulles hired James Jesus Angleton as chief of counterintelligence for the CIA in 1953, his one condition to Angleton was that he would have to agree not to polygraph Allen Dulles or any of the 60 men he worked with to help fund Germany between World War I and World War II. Who did Kennedy fire as head of the CIA over his disastrous Bay of Pigs invasion? Allen Dulles. Who was general counsel and senior partner for the cabal's financial haven, Brown Brothers Harriman? Allen Dulles. Who is widely suspected of having acted as consigliere between Brown Brothers Harriman, the cabal, and the assassination team that took out JFK? Allen Dulles. Who sat on the Warren Commission, which investigated the JFK assassination and placed sole blame on Lee Harvey Oswald? Allen Dulles. Who was the CEO of Brown Brothers Harriman at the time of Kennedy's assassination, the father of the 11th CIA director and 41st President of the United States, and grandfather of the 43rd President of the United States, Prescott Bush. The harsh reality is that every single president since Kennedy has been compromised by, controlled by, and or directly acting as an agent of the deep state, with perhaps the notable exception of the boogeyman himself, Donald J. Trump. Since our country's founding, this cabal has been attacking us from the far right with fascist regulatory capture, corruption of the intelligence agencies, monopolistic trade practices, and corporate consolidation. For example, in 1996, Skull and Bones member Bill Clinton passed the Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting Act. This major piece of deregulation allowed for the convergence of broadcasting and the telecommunications market. 26 years after its passage, 6 major corporations now control 90% of U.S. media: Comcast, Disney, Warner Brothers Discovery, Fox Corporation, Sony, and Paramount Global. On Substack, I've included a graphic showing the major mainstream and social media companies and the curiously coincidental overlap of their leadership with members of the Council on Foreign Relations, the Trilateral Commission, and the Bilderberg meetings. Meanwhile, we've been attacked by the far left with communist ideology that ultimately leads to A, destruction of the nuclear family, and B, abolition of private property. This cabal has infiltrated the most powerful institutions and organizations of the counterculture, institutions of higher education, media, arts, music, and entertainment to control the liberal left, decrying anyone who doesn't buy into their Marxist propaganda as a radical. If that still sounds like hyperbolic nonsense, here's Hillary Clinton last week advocating for the formal deprogramming of Trump supporters.
People can, again, work together. That's the way it used to be. I mean, we had very strong partisans in both parties in the past, and we had very bitter battles over all kinds of things, gun control and climate change and the economy and taxes. But there wasn't this little tail of extremism wagging the dog of the Republican Party as it is today. Mm-hmm. And sadly, so many of those extremists, those MAGA extremists, take their marching orders from Donald Trump, who has no credibility left by any measure. He's only in it for himself. He's now defending himself in civil actions and criminal actions. And when do they break with him? You know, because at some point, you know, maybe there needs to be a formal deprogramming of the cult members, but something needs to happen.
Tell me, Hillary, does that formal deprogramming extend to all 74 million Americans who exercised their constitutional rights in voting for Donald Trump? How about you go deprogram yourself, you psychopathic, murderous gaslighter? The American public is increasingly aware that you and your Illuminati friends are the death cult members who require our concern. Simply put, the cabal's strategy has been to control the narrative and to control the counter-narrative. Both sides of these globalist scum are connected through an occult network of secret societies tied together by a brotherhood of mutual blackmail and criminal conspiracy. Now, if I were part of a RICO investigation or war crimes tribunal investigating the deep state's leadership today, I'd look into the management teams and boards of directors for the most powerful financial institutions like Citibank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Barclays, and JP Morgan Chase. I'd look into the cabal's wealth management hub, Brown Brothers Harriman, and their law firm, Sullivan and Cromwell. I'd look into the Federal Reserve Board and the Federal Reserve Advisory Council. I'd investigate the asset management firms which appear as three of the largest shareholders in almost every publicly traded company, BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard. I'd investigate the members of the cabal's private clubs, including the Council on Foreign Relations, Club of Rome, the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group, the World Economic Forum, and the Royal Institute of International Affairs. I'd investigate the boards and management teams of the most powerful weapons manufacturers, including Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, SAIC, General Dynamics, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and their counterparties in the U.S. military establishment. This includes the Special Access Program Central Office, SAPCO, and USAPs buried deep within the CIA, Department of Defense, and Department of Energy. I'd investigate the 51 former intelligence agency officials who signed the letter baselessly linking Hunter Biden's abandoned laptop to Russian disinformation, a clear example of election interference. I'd investigate every living member of past and present presidential cabinets and heads of the intelligence agencies. I'd further investigate the leadership teams of powerful cabal-controlled international organizations and foundations, including the United Nations, the European Union, the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Clinton Foundation. We as Americans need to move past party lines, see past the empty slogans of our politicians, and recognize the true nature of reality. We need to look at the actions of our elected officials, not their hollow campaign promises. To look at what our eyes and ears tell us about our local communities, not what our televisions scream at us about global catastrophe. Better yet, we should get involved in the election process directly. Volunteer as a poll watcher. Run for elected office. Let's elect politicians who represent the interests of the American people, not those who have been funded by George Soros to usher in the destruction of our country. It's time we take back our country from the deep state once and for all. Losing your heroes and finding real ones. So where does that leave us today in the final months of 2023? If you're still listening at this point, it's quite possible you want to kill the messenger, aka me. It's also quite possible you've lost a few heroes on this journey, as I certainly have. As dark as the depths of this journey have been, I truly believe there is light at the end of the tunnel. Here are a few real heroes discussing where we are today and what we can do next.
When you think about how much fear was fomented around the whole COVID situation, you look at the fear that was fomented around this war in Ukraine, saying if we don't go fight them over here, the Russians are going to come and take over America. When you look at the fear that's fomented around other wars that have been started, you look at the fear that was fomented in the whole post 9/11 era that led to the Patriot Act and total violation of our civil liberties. In all of these examples, you can see how ultimately what's at the heart of this fomenting of fear by people in power is control. Yeah. That if they make us afraid as a people, then we will be more accepting of them taking away our civil liberties and our freedoms and extending that long arm of Big Brother into some of the most personal parts of our lives. And that is the ultimate abuse of power. When you look at the rights and freedoms that are enshrined in the Constitution of Bill of Rights, and you see people who have raised their right hand, like I did, both as a soldier and a member of Congress, to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic, directly taking action intentionally to undermine our rights and liberties in the Constitution, to increase their power. That is what is at the core of the problem that we have in this country right now, that our fundamental ideals, values, and principles are being undermined by those who've taken an oath to support and protect them in the Constitution to advance their own selfish interest and their own power. And this is not the Democrat elite are in charge of the White House and in charge of a lot of the administrative state. We see the politicization of the Department of Justice, of law enforcement agencies, of all of these different entities whose mission it is to serve the people, being politicized and that power being abused to advance personal and political interests by those in power. That is the biggest threat, that the immediate threat that we face in this country.
That's it.
And what do we do now? Like, what does the American public, the concerned American public, do to try to stop that?
First and foremost, in this age of cancel culture and censorship, we have to exercise our freedoms. They're trying to take them away. We have to make sure that our voices are heard in whatever platform or situation or whatever that is. We have to exercise our freedoms in order in order to maintain them. And even as there are challenges in our election process, even though we may not necessarily have the options that we would choose, our democracy was set up to ensure that a government of, by, and for the people. If we, the people, don't participate in that democracy, we won't have a government of, by, and for the people.
So who cares if we've been tricked into idolizing these charlatans of the deep state along the journey? I'm okay to lose so-called heroes like Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton, Barry Soetoro, Warren Buffett, Ben Affleck, Hunter S. Thompson, Jay-Z, Madeleine Albright, Steven Spielberg, and Tom Hanks. They can go ride with Satan, with Lucifer, with Moloch and Baphomet, with Baal and Mammon, and whatever other creepy weirdos in whose name they justify the rape, torture, and murder of children. Any day of the week, I'd rather ride with real heroes than these clowns. Any day of the week, I'd rather ride with Cathy O'Brien, David Seaman, Liz Crokin, Edward Snowden, Julian Assange, Mark Phillips, and Joe Rogan. With Katie Groves, Alex Jones, Robert David Steele, Ryan Montgomery, Tulsi Gabbard, Paul Hutchinson, and Ted Gunderson. With Sean Stone, Richard Dolan, Kevin Shipp, Alexander Peter Chernoff, and Tim Dillon. With Paul Bonacci, Fiona Bartlett, Tucker Carlson, Jay Parker, Patrick Bet-David, Mickey Willis, and Whitney Webb. With Mike Smith, Glenn Greenwald, Annette Lucas, Daniel Sheehan, Claudia Mullen, Christy Allen, and Christine De Nicola. So go out there and find yourself some real heroes. More importantly, be a real hero for someone else. Courage is contagious, so be courageous. Exercise your civil rights is guaranteed and protected by the Bill of Rights. Exercise civic engagement and civil disobedience. Nonviolent non-cooperation with tyranny and speaking truth consistently pave the way for human rights and individual freedoms. Be the change you wish to see in the world. This is your country. This is your planet. Do not let these criminal gangsters steal it from you and from future generations to come. With that, I'll leave you with the guidance of another real hero. Here's Jesus Christ's departing words in the Revelation of Peter. Be courageous and fear nothing, for I shall be with you, that none of your enemies will prevail over you. Peace be with you. Be strong.
You come at the king, you best not miss.